Hey guys, we're live. How is everybody doing today? Just giving you guys some updates. I guess I will go live tonight on Beagle. I wasn't sure. I was kind of debating today to take a break tonight, but I think I will. Since my TikTok live didn't record or connect properly, it failed. Definitely. I don't know. TikTok's acting weird lately. So anyhow, welcome on in. Again, guys, if you guys are, to the people that are on TikTok, like myself, I've always been on Beagle for years. If TikTok keeps doing what they're doing, turning on your camera, shutting your cameras off, constantly kicking you out, that kind of stuff. Like Beagle doesn't do that. I would strongly give the suggestion to switch over to Beagle for a while. Give it a try, definitely. But make sure you guys are 18 plus and up, because Beagle is strictly only for 18 and up, definitely. But yeah, it's a stronger platform. You can have window, 12. You can set up for 12 window chatters and everything else like that. I know I just a few minutes ago sent a message to TikTok Jesus and just gave that suggestion to him. Definitely. See if you'd be interested. Going that type of a platform. And definitely. Or, there's also Clapper too as well, which is 17 and above. I don't have Clapper, guys. But yeah, if I gotta keep registering TikTok over and over again, I don't want it. Definitely, I want to strictly gonna totally move everything right over to Beagle. Definitely. Even though TikTok, yeah, it is good for the audio and that kind of stuff like that. But if you guys have your own computer, instead of just 60 seconds in a full video, guys, you can do the same. You can carry your talents from TikTok over to another platform. And they'll love it. They'll definitely love it. But there's a word of encouragement for today, guys. Definitely. And you definitely get more, like YouTube and Beagle and Clapper, you get more than just 60 or 15 seconds of video timing. You can go, you don't even have to, earn your way to go live. You can just, once you install Beagle, you can just automatically go live whenever you want. You don't actually have to do 60-second videos or 15-second videos to earn your way to go live. But you can earn points, and you can apply to actually create your own families on there too. Run your own families on there. And you've got 12-seat audios. You've got different window room chats where you can have more than one person chat at the same time. And you could do PKs, everything, international PKs. It's really cool stuff, guys. Definitely way stronger of a platform. So the same thing you're doing basically on TikTok, you can do on Beagle. But instead of getting 60 seconds or 15 seconds, you can do it in like a full video like this. And now, depending if you get a chance to download your videos, you know how to download your TikTok streams, and not your TikTok streams, but your Beagle streams. If you know where to go, I haven't figured out where to go to download my Beagle streams, so I can rewatch it, because I think you can go back and rewatch it like you do at all the other platforms. You have to download it, but I'm not sure where to go to download it. to watch it. But yeah, that is always guaranteed, guys. Video that is always guaranteed live time in that. Because I'm finding just by watching other people's videos on TikTok, and there's a lot of people calling people out, putting people on the spot, and it's actually people that ain't doing anything wrong, or being put on the spot, or being accused, that kind of stuff like that. It's really, really bad. And on Beagle, some of the people are a lot nicer too. And it's cool as look at the hot here. There's different game rooms and that. Definitely you can go into. Going to TikTok Jesus there, he'll be get him on Beagle. He'll be in the game rooms, the dance rooms. Man, he'd be having a hay all day, I tell you. On there, he'd love it. He'd be loving it. So sometime tonight, guys, on here. Again, I'm just finishing up the pierogies and that kind of stuff like that. I will show you the stuff that I'm gonna make up some homemade puppets. Definitely. And yeah, for Canada Day live at home, guys, definitely. And for the haunted house, that kind of stuff like that I always do every year. Everybody gets a good kick out of. This year it's going to be different. Most years, yes, it was really scary for a lot of people. I think we're going to make it different, though. I think we're going to turn it into more of a musical type thing, definitely, than anything, guys. Like I did the one New Year's Eve. It seems it does work kind of better on Beagle than it does on YouTube, and that it works on YouTube as well, but it works way better on Beagle, definitely. I find, anyways. Only thing with Beagle, guys, we cannot have alcohol on Beagle, definitely. Basically, you can't image the beer. Basically, all it is, you can't image the beer can or the liquor bottle. Definitely. Now, I think unless they've changed the algorithm, it changed over the years. Definitely, they might have. That'd be good. So I think I'm going to take all my cosplays over there. Definitely. There are live theaters over there, I think. Because I have to keep reapplying for TikTok over and over again. That's crazy. I have to keep registering all this nonsense for it. It's getting ridiculous, totally. It should only be one registration, and you've already got the app, so it should work no matter what. But no, I constantly have to keep registering TikTok. Now more so since it's been sold. It's crazy. So I just eating whole wheat crackers, guys, and some pierogies. I had pork chops earlier. But yeah, I'm sitting back. I was watching some of the videos, and I can see how in some people's videos the bullying is getting so bad. It's crazy. It's unreal. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen on that. Yeah, it can happen on any app, but Beagle, with Beagle, at least they're right. They catch the people in the act. They're right on them. They're right when the moment they write a comment, there's admins automatically come in, kick them out, and you don't see them fly out. Beagle automatically kicks them. And you can appoint up to 5 or 10 admins. Definitely have time. About as on top admins. And the sauce is hot. I put kind of too much cayenne and pepper on my pierogies. On top of all that, you can select bouncers too. Definitely. So if your admins are not present on your live, when you go live, you have your that cayenne pepper's hot. Whoa. I gotta go easy on that stuff, especially it doesn't go well with the barbecue sauce. Definitely. Your bouncers will actually kick them out for the admins. Definitely. But yeah, you point your own admins, and if your admins are not in the room while you're live, there is bouncers that will actually bounce them out. Just like a bar, online bar, they'll bounce them out. Or let's say just like a casino, they'll bounce them out. So once you first go live, you have to get yourself well known on there. Get in with families on there as much as possible, guys. Definitely get to know people. And excuse me. Go easy on the hot sauce. Too much. Excuse me. And appoint your bouncers and admins. Definitely. Pierogi went down the wrong tube. Sorry, guys. The cookies at the bottom, I don't give to my wife because they got hot sauce on them. What about? Anyhow, guys, I'm back. Back to 1 minute again, guys. Man, I like that quote. And okay, I'm back. So again, 18 plus and up, guys, for Vigo for sure. Nobody under 18, because it's way different than TikTok. It's got I actually got everything from adults, casino gaming rooms to adult dance rooms. Other links to it. There's rooms for everything, definitely. So it's definitely 18 and up, guys. Definitely. So you basically, when you go on it, you choose what rooms you want to belong to, or go to, or visit, or what live streams you want to watch. Definitely. And again, same thing. Always be respectful, because our admins can bounce you at any point in time. So watch your type of comments that you say to people on there. That's all you have to do. That kind of stuff like that. Also, too, just guys, definitely do not just another thing. Do not stick your tongue out on Beagle. Number one rule. Because you stick your tongue out on Beagle, even if it's by accident. It's you kind of go by Felicia, because they consider it to be spam or whatever, which is understandable, definitely. Or they may think it is a pornographic action, inappropriate action, definitely. Again, no sharp objects, no alcohol. No subscription or non-subscription drugs allowed on Beagle. So you guys, heads up before you apply for it, install it. No smoking on Beagle either. You can't do that. I'm a non-smoker, but I've seen videos where people got banned for lighting up a cigarette. Definitely on there. They're very strict, but a good ab, stronger. But the only time they'll ever kick somebody out off there is if they see the live stream where the person is violating or doing something they shouldn't be doing. Other than that, they're not like TikTok that's gonna, kick off every innocent bystander who's not doing anything wrong. So. It's well better organized, that kind of stuff like that. And you can always go live. You don't have to earn your way to go live. You can go live whenever you want, more or less. Now, if you live in the States, you can apply. You can actually audition and apply to become a host, where you can actually get paid to be a host. TikTok Jesus will love that one, definitely. If he's within the States, so he'd qualify, definitely. But the rest of us live in Canada. Yeah, we can go live, and use whatever material you want, content, and that kind of stuff like that. But we just don't get paid. We cannot apply to be employed by the app. That is the only difference. Just say the same thing with TikTok. Us Canadians cannot apply to work for TikTok, because we're not American. We're not in the States. So we don't have the TikTok, Bigo, Facebook, YouTube Employment Creator Fund system here. That way people can apply to get paid for those to do their social medias, that kind of stuff like that. We don't get that luxury here in Canada. That's only the States that has that, and over Europe, in other parts of the world. Everywhere else in the rest of the part of the world all has that. But here in Canada, we don't have access to any of that. Definitely, we have no rights to any of that. So I don't know if it's a matter of rights or it's probably just as internet system that our Canadian leadership just does not want to approve. In one sense, yeah, I don't really blame them at some point. Because they're probably afraid that it's going to be probably taken advantage of like everything else. Definitely may cause a bit of a ruckus or whatever. And definitely, but yeah, that's the only difference. And I just wanted to share that, guys, with you. So those people that are like me have been banned for no reason on TikTok most of the time, or been too many times. I'm kind of slowly making my way back to Beagle. But yeah, because Beagle is very trustworthy, definitely. It is more strict. The people are a lot nicer. Definitely to talk to. Some of your dancing and your lip singing and that kind of stuff like that. You don't even have to be on TikTok to do that. You can do that on Bigo, or you could do that on Clapper. Definitely, it's just basically all it is an inner talent, and more or less, if you want to call it that. Some people may not look at it that way, but I look at it that way. It's an inner talent. My quote was always "fake it till you make it." If you're cosplay theater. Live theater, take A. B goes for those talents. They have live houses for those. They have rooms for those as well. You start out on your regular basic live stream and people see that, they get to know you. I tell you, they will like you. They will love you for that. Definitely. And then you can actually go to the live house rooms. Where you can do karaoke, you can do singing, and everything else like that. You can get weekly schedules. You can sign up for weekly schedules. You don't have to be a paid host to use the Bigo app. Definitely, anybody can go live on Bigo if they're 18 and over. It just means you just don't get paid for what you're doing. Definitely, you're just not employed. You're not an employee of Bigo. You're just volunteering your time to be on there. You won't get paid money. That is the only thing. Means that means you just don't get a check for every 2 weekly check from the app itself, for the app ownership, because you have to pass you have to go into, they give you a set edition time, and all the Bigo judges means you'll have a boss or manager over you, and they could be from anywhere in the world. That has to approve you. If you get paid for that kind of if you're using copyright content or whatever, they have to approve you. So if you're going as far as going higher up and getting paid for it all. Now, only thing with Bigo is if you're in the States and that's what you choose to do, you want to go that high up. Always remember, you're not entitled to earn the VIP. Definitely, because paid hosts are not allowed to have a VIP account. Cannot have a VIP account or Prime account, or don't have the rights to earn the VIP accounts. That's the only difference. And definitely, but if you just like I am, you go on there not to get paid or whatever. Yes, you can earn the VIP and Prime. Definitely earn your points to get enough points to get your VIP and Prime. Not a problem. Definitely. That is the total difference with that. I just wanted to share that on here. That's how that works. Definitely. But yeah, you can enjoy yourself just as you do on TikTok. Everything you do on TikTok, you can actually move over over to Beagle. But the only thing with Beagle is you get better filters. I'm not sure where they are, but they're on there somewhere. And what was it? Yeah, there's live houses that I mentioned. There's the game rooms, there's the dance rooms, there's the pool rooms. Definitely, that's why you have to be 18 years of age and older to go on Bigo, because it's like a total online Las Vegas setup. Definitely. There's gambling rooms that you can actually pay to go. You can pay online to play the actual games in the gambling rooms, and actually gamble. Definitely, Bigo has those setup rooms. Definitely, that's why it's an 18 plus app. Definitely, because the way it is created and how it's set up. Definitely, but yeah, you can take any type of talent you want, and you can go live more than longer than just 60-second videos or 15-second videos. And what you do in your 60 and 15-second videos, you can do in an actual live stream like this, and go as long as you want. Definitely, and you can actually get the whole songs in there or more. Definitely, especially if you're talented with puppets, that kind of stuff like that. But if you're 18 and over, then yes, you can register and install Bigo, and qualify to be on Bigo, and that kind of stuff like that. And it's a stronger platform, guys. I've always found it to be a lot stronger platform, because I didn't think when I joined up to TikTok that TikTok was going to be was going to go downhill. Definitely, because when I first joined it, the TikTok wasn't having all these technical problems, like they're starting to have in these times, more so since they sold over from ByteDance to Oracle. That kind of thing like that. They weren't kicking everybody out for stupid little reasons, for no reasons at all, or accusing accounts of this and that wasn't doing anything wrong, accusing our accounts of doing stuff that we're not doing, or stealing people's profile pictures and stealing people's videos and putting them on the spot and calling them out and accusing them of literally accusing them of stuff, falsely. TikTok was about that when I first joined. I'm seeing a lot of that, definitely on TikTok. So basically, this is why I'm slowly making my way back to Bigo. Definitely. But all that talent that you guys use on TikTok every day, in the 60-second videos, you can use on Bigo live, just like this. Totally just like this. And you don't have to earn your way to go live. Once you log into Bigo, there's a live button right there. You can go live as much as you want. Definitely way longer than then you don't have to do the 60-second videos. You can set up for what you call for just audio stream, or you can multi-guest. Now multi-guest is where you can have like 12 seats open that you can unlock, and you can have all your friends come up and join you. Definitely, or all the people you're following come up and join you. You can have up to probably up to 42 seats, something like that, 42 or 52 seats, or you can lower it down to 12, or you can invite people up, your friends up privately in a private video multi-guest, where they can't just jump up there without actually you as a host, a volunteer host, or a paid host inviting them up, in your little window chat sessions. So you get little meeting rooms, you get little meeting chatting rooms, definitely with 12 windows, definitely, and the people that you interact with the most, you can have up there. Now, if people start jumping up there that you don't know, or they're saying mean things with Bigo, yes, you can just kick them out, and Bigo will not give you a problem. And your admins can actually kick them out, and your bouncers can kick them out. And Bigo does go after the right people, definitely. They know the difference if you're not doing anything wrong from the ones that are doing stuff wrong. Definitely, Beagle's nothing like TikTok. Definitely, they're a lot stronger. And also too yourself as being that live stream host or hostess. Yes, you can kick them all out as much as you want. Um, and definitely. I know Canadian Snipers. We did that. We had fun doing that. Definitely. That is like I said when I first started Beagle, I was bum Beagle. What was it 2 years ago? But I just took a bit of a break. But I watched just laughing, watching everybody go flying out of there. Yeah, it had its share of bullies, but individual people like ourselves that weren't doing anything wrong, definitely. Because Beagle knew they didn't have a problem with us. Definitely. The people that were causing the chaos, we had fun kicking them out. I know. I remember. I put on my pink Felicia wig, and around there saying, "Oh yeah, like the one guy, like from Cillian show, yeah, you want to come up and hear the Felicia story, or about my date last night with Felicia?" And they're dumb enough. They go on up there and they say, "Hey, sure, cool, let's hear this." Delete. Bye, Felicia. Out the door to go. Off, right off out of your live room. Definitely. I know I had fun because I had just much as fun with that family group. Definitely. Sitting there with my pink wig and everything. Definitely. As you're being told the Felicia story, and then you see them go like a flash of lightning. Definitely. Automatically they're kicked and blocked out. All the troublemakers, all the trolls are blocked out and kicked off. Definitely. That's so funny. And with Beagle, they cannot come back under new accounts. Definitely. Because Beagle recognizes the registration. Definitely. So this is why I said it can be so comical, guys, at times. Definitely. But yeah, but there's DJs on there. Definitely, there's online DJs and that. They're on there. They're from all different parts of the world. There's radio DJs. They're on there with their soundboards, everything, puppets, you name it. I've got some puppets myself in the making, and I think that's what I'm going to do. Is going to take my TikTok talent over to Beagle and start using it on Beagle because they love talent, guys. They love talent. They love being entertained on there, definitely. And they love the chat sessions. I know the one New Year's Eve, like 2018 going into 2019, I did did a full song and dance, definitely on their show. Awesome day, all loved it, definitely. But yeah, I know. I used to be known as Pee Wee, Indiana Pee Wee, Indiana Pee Wee, yeah. But they always kept calling me Pee Wee. Definitely. But yeah, so there's something to think about, guys. Definitely. It just seems with TikTok, it's changed a lot over the years. Definitely since it's been sold, and we're constantly have to keep re-registering the main application form and going through the terms and conditions all the time. Constantly reapplying. You should only have to apply for it once, definitely, and you shouldn't have any problems where they keep putting you back at the registration form. Definitely, constantly every 24 hours. It is crazy. Definitely. somewhere they're going nutty, definitely in that part of it. I know they have their technical difficulties in generally, and that is understandable. But they're just getting and leastly guys with Beagle, they care about if somebody's being bullied, that kind of stuff like that. And Beagle is right there to adios their account if they have to. Definitely, that's what your bouncers and your admins will do. Definitely from their end. And that kind of stuff like that. So, but leastly with Beagle, you can always go live, and you never ever have to worry about losing your live stream. You can always keep reaccessing it all the time. And the more you go live on Beagle, the stronger it gets. You gain different levels, you gain points, you get people will drop beans. Of course, some people are crazy enough to go spend their money and drop gifts on you, that kind of stuff like that. I don't expect the gifts part of it, but people just nice enough to go do it. That kind of stuff like that. But yeah, but other than that, people will send you beans. They'll feed your Beagle Dino. Yeah, you do get a Beagle Dino. You have to hatch a Beagle Dino when you go on there, and you've got to feed them your first round of donuts. But yeah, other than that, that's really awesome. Definitely. So all your dancing you do on TikTok, guys, you can do on Beagle. And you don't have to earn your way to go live. You can just automatically install it. You get on there, you can go live. Totally go live. You can dance around, sing around, use your talents, definitely. So you can really do this. Continue on doing what you're doing on TikTok. You can do on Beagle, definitely. Beagle loves it. They love it, totally. And that kind of stuff like that, because you can literally cheer people up on there, totally. They love seeing that. Now, a couple times I showed documentaries. I've showed a couple movies with full sound a couple times, and they allow it. They allow it. They're awesome, definitely. That kind of stuff like that. But yeah, just the one thing is you cannot show any liquor bottles on there, or beer cans or beer bottles. That's the only problem with Beagle. Only issue with Beagle. But you can on YouTube. You can show the liquor bottles on YouTube and Facebook. Facebook, you just can't have music. TikTok's going downhill too badly, definitely. But yes, TikTok does allow the alcohol bottles on there, that kind of stuff like that. But other than that, it is as far as TikTok for the actual live stream part of it is going downhill too fast. Totally. Definitely, because they're starting to just kick people off and falsely accusing people and just kicking people right off there for no reason. Definitely. They don't tolerate that behavior on Beagle. And definitely they're quick. They're very quick to fix stuff. And they know who the ones are on there that will be quick enough to cause trouble. That's why, guys, you've got stronger admins on Beagle. And you have stronger bouncers on Beagle. Some people have 25 bouncers and 39 admins coming in from all over the place on their live streams. I tell you, from all different parts of the world, because they could be from anywhere. Definitely. Not necessarily are they local in their own country or their own region. They got bouncers and admins coming out of the closet. Definitely. From all parts around the world. Definitely. They've got like a total army of them on there. So a lot of people do. Especially guys, if you guys go into a pole room, a pole dancing room, be careful, because they've got a whole army of admins in there, and they have a whole shitload of bouncers. Totally. Lily, that is, and on top of that, they have their own online private security guards on there too. Definitely. So again, no matter where that room is hosted from, what part of the world it's hosted from, or that casino room is hosted from, it is, once you enter in there, guys, definitely be careful. That's why you have to be 18 and over to be on Bigo. Definitely. Because it's not like TikTok at all. TikTok is strictly starts at age 12 and up to adult age. But Bigo is strictly 18 up plus up. So 18 and older to be on Bigo. Definitely. Because there's different rooms. You know, there's people that do comedy. There's people that do song and dance. They do pole dancing, belly dancing. Like I said, there's rooms in there for everything. Technically, everything online, more or less, that you used to going out to do, you can enter into. So anyhow, I'm going to show you this other bag that I have here, guys. Definitely want you guys to see that. Oh, I didn't want to hit that. So again, elf shoes guy. Oh, sorry. So if I do make some cool puppets, I got to figure out how to put these suckers together. Some elf shoes, definitely. I'll clean it up later. Some old masks, guys, definitely. I have a glue gun somewhere too that we're gonna make up puppets, make these into puppets. They're cool because they go on your face. These are bandanas. So bandanas really won't use for puppets. They may be for headbands, definitely. We got glue. I don't mind my wife leaves these on. Totally after she buys stuff. She leaves them on. She leaves these stuff on. I tell her to take them off after she's done. After she buys them, after she brings them home, after buying them. I hate that. So glue sticks for the glue gun. Definitely. Clown hands for the displays, so you guys can see that. See, clown hands. Ooh, one hand. Fuzz balls, definitely. TT, totally TikTok. He's a puppet. Rope. Inky. That's Inky, by the way. Inky, and there's Binky. More rope. Eyeballs. Really cool. We're going to make that into a face puppet. Cut the eyeballs out. And all the other goodies. There's this stuff here. It's twine. Definitely. So, yeah, there's a whole bag of crap here, guys. Definitely. Plastic pieces. I'm going to put my puppets back in there. So, bit by bit, guys. For Haunted Hunter's Cabin, guys, coming up. Definitely, I got some puppets in the work. Definitely, I think she's planning on buying some professional ones too, as well. Maybe some cheap ones. Definitely, so we can kind of have some comedy. So we can have like what you call we'll get the clown hand in there. Oh, sorry. What was in there? Have some type of some real live Canada Day live fun at home entertainment, comedy, that kind of stuff. The bag to put it in, definitely. It's kind of hard because I don't have the proper big table space to do that, and I don't want to get glue all over through my computers. In generally, so what I do is I will pre-make them up before introducing them to you on live. So it's kind of hard because I don't have a proper size table, big enough table so you can see everything. I definitely how they're being made and how to make them. I would show you how to do that. Definitely, but there is training videos on YouTube. You can look it up and see how they're made. Definitely. And that, so again, I can pre-make them up, so they're going to be all ready in time for, hopefully for Canada today. I got to find my glue gun. I have glitter glue too somewhere. Definitely. So again, my wife is going to buy some professional puppets, some of the cheap ones anyways. I told her I think you can get, I think when we're doing the grocery shopping, doing the essential needs grocery shopping, whatever, I think you can buy them from Walmart, something like that. That'd be kind of cool. I think she's gonna get one of those Baby Yoda ones. If they have any left, probably maybe whatever's there, more or less. So that way, guys, we're keeping the comedy flowing. And on time, also, too, another thing I want to mention here, guys. Yes, I have long hair. That is okay. I am not cutting it. I am leaving it because the fact that I'm not in the military. I'm not in cadets anymore. I never made it far as the military, but I was in cadets. So when I was growing up in cadets and that kind of stuff like that, yes, I had to cut my hair above my ears and off my neck, or totally shave it. That's not happening now. I'm not really for buzz cuts or bald heads. Definitely, that definitely is not me, guys. I am so used to having my long hair. So because I am not a police officer, I don't work in those kind of professions where you have to shave your head. My hair is not being touched. It's staying with the way it is. Indefinitely. And that kind of thing like that. So this is the way when I was, before I even got into Scouts, Beavers, Cubs, Cadets, before I started into cutting my hair, this is the way my hair always has been, was long. It's the way I like it. And it's the way it's going to stay. Definitely, because to me, I look a lot nicer with long hair than I do being bald or shaved. Now, I can understand if somebody has to because they're in those service groups, or they're serving a country, that kind of stuff. Like they're in those service groups and they have to cut their hair. That's understandable. Or if they have cancer and their hair is falling out, that is understandable. I am not in any of those categories, and I'm not. My cadet days are over. I don't run with the military like I wanted to, but so therefore, there's no reason for me to shave my head or to cut my hair. So if I want to leave my hair long, it's my right and my pronouns to leave my hair long. Definitely, if I wish not to cut it. Or if I wish to dye it pink, purple, blue, green, lavender, or put white baby powder through it. Those are my rights. Those are my choices. I don't need anybody telling me that I have to cut my hair. Definitely. It's staying the way it is. And the way I finally got it, like I said, just getting it back also to my genetical, to my genetic hair color, that from when I grew up as a child, it definitely cost me a good lump sum to get it back the way I like it, or the way with which is the which is me from my childhood, definitely. Before my Beavers, Cub days, Scouts days, Cadet days, when I had to cut my hair, because I was in uniform, what you call youth development service training groups, where uniformity code was you had to cut your hair. Um, like it or not. But I'm not in any of those service groups anymore. I'm too old for them. I didn't make it into the military. I don't work for the police force. I don't work for the fire department. So therefore, if I do not want to cut my hair, nobody's going to force me to cut my hair. It's going to stay long. Because I have no purpose or reason to even cut it. Definitely. And definitely, well, people say, well, what happens if you get called back to your 1 day a week job at the dentist office? Easy. Put it back in a ponytail. Rocket science. You don't like it? Don't look at it. So, that's the way the cookie crawls from this bag. My hair, my rules. Don't touch. So, since we got that covered, definitely. And I'm glad that I am live on YouTube, I tell you, because my point is getting across at this point on that one. Definitely. But yeah, so again, watch the videos all the way through, guys. Definitely. No likes, shadow banding, that kind of stuff like that. That kind of stuff like that. No like spamming. Indefinitely. I know. I've had people sit there and criticize and say, "Well, you look like your mother." Well, of course I look like my mother. I'm a fucking son. What do you expect? Most kids do look like their mother. They're supposed to. If they don't, there's obviously something wrong. It's not your kid to begin with. So to put it that way. No, that was just an inside joke, guys. Don't take that seriously. I know there's sometimes they take after their father's side, or in looks or whatever. That's okay too at times, but I tell you, but yeah. That's why I said, guys, we're all different, totally. Like I said, like I don't belong to groups or uniformity groups like cadets anymore. I'm not training cadets anymore. Definitely like I used to. I'm not. Excuse me. Like I said, I'm not running with the Army or the Air Force or the Navy like I wanted to. Because I failed the tests and that kind of stuff. Now, if I was, then yes, I'd have no choice. I have to cut it. But because I'm not with any of those services, definitely not even with, or not even a cadet trainer anymore. Definitely, I have no cause or reasons to cut my hair. Definitely. So my hair so technically, if I want to leave my hair the way it is, I'm gonna leave it the way it is. So there's nothing nobody can do about it. Definitely. That's just getting too controlling when you start ordering people to cut their hair. That's getting too bossy, and technically that's getting to what you call, could lead into what you call transphobiaism. Definitely. Even if I did come out as as part of the trans community or whatever, and you've ordered them to cut their hair when they don't want to cut their hair, that is being transphobic. That you do not understand, or bashing. Totally. Especially if the person is going through changes, or the person is going through a very heavy transitioning. Definitely. You don't want to sit there and demand them to cut their hair, or you're gonna force them into a car and chop it off, or drag them to a barbershop to chop it off. That is literally, you have to be careful that somebody don't overhear that and take that very seriously, and slap charges against you for that. Definitely. You may be joking, but they may not take it as a joke. Other people in the community may not take that as a joke. They may take that seriously, or an actual maybe another trans male, or there could be a trans male, or any trans women out in the community ever heard that public statement. Yeah, they would take that seriously. Somebody saying that directly to me, saying, "Oh, cut your hair. We're gonna drag you into a car. We're gonna drag you to the hairdresser. We're gonna drag you to the barbershop. We're gonna cut that hair off." That actually could be taken as seriously as, yeah, you may be joking, but I'm the type of person, I got a good sense of humor. I can take a joke, but there's people in the community that may overhear something like that, may take that seriously, and may nail you for abuse. Domestically, you have to be careful with saying stuff like that. I know my in-laws, they like to joke around or crack jokes. That's fine. But like I said, I am not cutting my hair because I have no needs to cut my hair. Definitely. I don't train cadets anymore. I don't belong to cadets anymore. I'm too old for that. I did not qualify for the military, where I have to cut my hair. I didn't go through college to become a police officer, where I have to cut my hair. Or emergency services, where I have to cut my hair. And where I work 1 day a week, I am allowed to have long hair of my choice, under the conditions that it is put back in a ponytail. That's all they ask. Definitely. That's all they'll ask, is for you to tie it back, if you choose not to cut it. But they don't make you cut it if you don't wish to cut it. Same with restaurants. If you work in a restaurant and you wish to have long hair, they don't force you in the food services to cut it. You'll be required to put it in a ponytail, is all they ask, and put on a hairnet and put on a hat. That's all they ask. Other than that, it's not a have to these days. Definitely. We're not in like 1812. We're not like in World War II, in concentration camps. Hope we never get back to that point. Trudeau's threatening that nowadays. I'm not putting my foot in my mouth, but we're not gonna go there. But yeah, it's not a have to. It's not a requirement. It's a matter of choice if the person wishes to have long hair or not have long hair. Definitely, it's everybody's individual choice how they want to display their hair. Even nowadays. Now, when I was in cadets, yes, we had to cut it. Nowadays, there is the cadets are giving choices now, that when they become cadets, if they, no matter what gender they are, if they choose to have long hair, they cannot legally force them to cut their hair. All they ask them to do is to put it back in a, they be asked, like the women, to put it up in a bun or put it in a ponytail. They're not forced to cut it like we were in the 1990s. Definitely. Today is different. Like I even see today I see teenagers that are I'm happy to see them going through cadets and that kind of stuff. It's the same thing I went through. I see them on TikTok going through cadets, and they have longer hair than I have. and the actual boys are actually respectfully, they'll just tie it up in a ponytail at the back, and they'll just flip it up under the beret. Then when they're in civvies, they let it down. So it's not a have to anymore. Same with the adults. Now, I don't know what it's like in the adult military. Like, they used to enforce it, but I was talking to one guy that used to be, what was it? He was live, and he was even saying the same thing, that they don't even force you to cut your hair anymore. If you choose not to, all they ask you to do is to tie it up under the beret in a ponytail, or put a hairnet underneath it, and like one of those little hair nets underneath you when you put your uniform on. You tie it up in a ponytail, and you can actually flip it up in the hairnet, put the hairnet on, put your beret on. There you go. And it shortens it up above the ears, and it shortens it up off the neck if you don't want to cut it. And then when you're in civvies, you can just let it down. They don't force people to cut their hair anymore because they're not allowed to. It's illegal. Definitely. I know what it is here in Canada. Probably is in the United States too as well. And definitely. Like, same with the services. There is a lot of I can't spell it. Say LGBTQ. There we go. Plus community members that are serving in the military today. Definitely. And if they choose not to cut their hair, especially if there's trans women that are serving in the military, they choose not to cut their hair. All they do is tie it up in a bun, or they tie it up in a ponytail underneath the beret with the net over top of it with a hairnet, and they got the wedge on, and it looks just as good. Definitely. And it just looks like it's short. Definitely. Off the ears and off the neck, as long as it's not hanging out. Definitely. It is new regulations. Definitely. Like I said, that's the way life is today, guys. Definitely. Now, there is ones that do choose to shave their heads. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But not everybody has to be part of the bald community because you don't like long hair, or to you it may not suit you. Okay, but because it's something that doesn't suit you, okay, doesn't mean someone else has to suffer. Definitely. Like, it suits me. I'm sorry if it doesn't suit you. Definitely. I'm just saying that in a polite way. Definitely like that. That's why I said, we're not in the 1900s anymore. Definitely. The long hairstyle has been around for years. Definitely. It is what we call the never-ending story hairdo. We called it that when we were kids. Because even in the 1980s, growing up as kids, even before my cadet days, it was a big fad. Definitely. We never cut our hair. Totally. We didn't agree to that. But yes, there was ones, they had their reasons why they chose to shave their heads bald or whatever, or if they had cancer, yeah, that was understandable. But when I went into Beavers, Cub Scouts, yes, that generation, we had to cut our hair. We didn't have a choice because, yes, it was mandatory. It is not so today. Definitely. Today, and things are all different. Today, they'll just, when you go into recruitment or employment, they can ask you to cut your hair. They cannot force you to cut your hair. If you choose not to cut your hair, they will allow you to keep your long hair, but they will ask you, male or female, to tie it up in a ponytail when you go into uniform, when you have your uniform on, and put a hairnet over top of it, tie your ponytail up over, and put your beret on underneath the net. Put your ponytail up underneath the net. or put it up in a bun and put the net on to hold it in place, and then put your beret or put your wedge or your toilet seat navy cap on. We used to call it, or toilet bowl. Your sailor cap, definitely. So from the QM, you can get, just like the women can now, you can get a hairnet. You can get supplyment of hairnets for when you're in uniform, definitely. And you can tie your hair up underneath, and you're still up to uniformity code, definitely. So that way, it is a different way of keeping it up off your ears. Definitely. Only thing that they may ask you to shave off is your sideburns. That's it. That's the only other thing that they will ask you is to remove is your sideburns and to keep them shaved off. But that's a Mickey Mouse thing. Definitely. But yeah, other than that, guys, they don't even, it's not an enforcement issue anymore. Definitely. That it is mandatory that you have to, even today in anything, you don't have to cut your hair if you choose not to cut your hair. A person should not be forced or made to do it. Definitely, or manipulated into doing that in any which way or form, and that kind of stuff like that. Especially if you look at a lot of if you look at the actual Native community, they do not believe in their treaty in cutting their hair. Now, again, if they choose to, again, it's their pronouns, it's their rights to choose to, but they cannot. People do not have the right to force them or to touch their hair because it's sacred. Indefinitely. It is all under the Human Rights Act, definitely. On the way the person chooses to identify what they want to look like is their own choice, more or less. With the hair wise, definitely. That. So basically, those are what they're saying about is respecting people's pronouns, definitely. And even the cadet system is starting to cooperate with that and learning how to work with it. Yes, there is ones there that get there is cadet sergeants and leaders that will get transphobic, that is or homophobic. But after a while, all they need is good education on it, definitely. And the main captain himself will not force the cadet to cut their hair. Definitely, he'll just tell them go to QM, ask for a box of hairnets, get issued a box of hairnets for every time he or she goes into uniform, and he can actually put it up in a ponytail, or if it's male to female, male transition to female, they can just put it up in a ponytail, put it up under the net, hair net, and put the beret on top of it, and the wedge on top of it, and just all they have to do is just take their sideburns off. That's all they have to do. That's it. But they don't force them. And they put their hair up in a ponytail underneath the net, and they put in the uniform, and in civvies they can hang it down. Definitely. It's a new thing. Definitely. I can't say it's really new. Well, with the cadet system, yes, it is new. Same with the military is starting to respect that now too, as well. They're not really going to force them to cut their hair if it's their pronouns not to cut their hair. Definitely. Just like if it's their pronouns to have a beard and a mustache, they're not going to force them to shave anymore. like they would have back in World War II, or totally crap the whip over your ass, totally. Or strap a belt across your ass if you didn't shave, or they wrestle you to the ground and cut your hair, or shave your face right off. With a field knife, they can't do stuff like that no more. Definitely. And that's why I said we're in a generation today. Things are different, and people's pronouns are to be respected. Definitely. That is totally different. We're in like different. We're in what we call a different decade. Definitely. Like I said, there is people are allowed to have their hair any which way they want nowadays. Don't matter even what they're even into. Any which way or form, they are not allowed to force them to cut their hair at any point in time. Just with people that if the person is working and they got long hair, all they're asking them to do is just put it up in a ponytail and put it on, or put a hairnet on. Put it up in a ponytail, put it up on a hairnet. That's all they ask them to do. Or tie it back. Totally tie it back in a ponytail. That's all they ask them to do. And guess what? They're up to regulation code. Definitely. Then when they're not at work, they're at home, they let it down. Let it out. That's all they do. Because not everybody believes in walking around with a bald head, or a brush cut. Definitely. That kind of stuff like that. People don't like that style. I personally don't like it. I think, to me, it's okay if people choose to have that done. But if I don't like that, again, yes. When I was a kid, I always had long hair, but I always loved my long hair. But like I said, when I was growing up in the 1990s, I had to cut my hair because I was in cadets. Back those days, yes, we were made to cut it. The boys were, anyways. Today, no, it doesn't matter. Definitely, even like with that kind of a system now. They don't even force them. They just have to tie it up in a ponytail under a hairnet, and they put the beret on over top of the hairnet. It stretches, or their army helmets, whatever, combat helmets, that kind of stuff like that. When they're in the bush or whatever, they're just required to tie it back and put it up in a hairnet, and then put the uniform headdress on. Definitely. And it still looks regulated. Definitely. They just do what the women do. They tie it up in a bun, put the beret on. That's all they do. And it's up off the neck. It's up off the ears. They don't care. As long as it's off your neck and above your ears, they don't care what you do with it. It is still meant to uniformity code if it's tied up in a bun. That's what they'll do. They will just say, okay, they'll say you don't want to cut your hair. That's okay. We can respect that. That's your pronouns. All we ask you to do is just tie it back in a ponytail, put it on under a hairnet, and put it up under your beret or your wedge, Air Force wedge, or your sailor cap. Definitely. That's all the captain will tell them. Definitely. So that way it is still meeting to proper code and regulations or uniformity. They're not forced to cut it anymore, like they would have been. Definitely. Those times are over. Definitely. Oh, I'm tripping on cords here like crazy. Definitely. Oh. But yeah, I just want to put that in a polite way. Again, it's not a call out. It's not to put anybody on the spot. It's not to hurt anybody's feelings. Definitely. But yeah, this is why I said, no matter how I have my hair, guys. Like I said, if I have long hair, that's my business. That suits me. Because it doesn't suit you, you're the one with the problem, not me. And definitely, because like I said, I'm not cutting my hair, and I should not be forced to. I tried having it like a nice brush cut, and I tried having it bald, and I didn't like it that way. Definitely. I hated myself for it totally, because it wasn't me. It was not me. It was not the way I liked it. Definitely, I was not comfortable with it. Definitely, especially when I get compared to be looking like other people. Definitely, when I don't. This is why I said so. No, I'm not cutting my hair. Definitely. It's staying the way it is. Like I said, I don't have any reason to really cut it. And plus, I don't want to cut it. Definitely, because this is the way I started out as when I was even a child with long hair. And definitely. But like I said, back in the 1990s, it was different because I went into the armories. I went into cadets. Those times, yes, we had to cut it. We didn't have a choice. Or I would have had long hair a long time ago by now, before now, definitely. But since my times with those are over and have been over for years, definitely. No, I've tried having it the bald way or whatever. I tried having the brush cut. No, so to me the brush cuts and the bald heads look stupid. Definitely, you look like baby fucking Caillou. I hate to tell you that, you do. It doesn't suit me. Definitely not the bald heads. I like my long hair. Definitely, this is what I'm used to. This is me. This is what I'm used to. I had to get unused to this. I got uncomfortable with this when I was in Army Cadets and Air Cadets because I had to cut it off. I didn't have a choice. But even when I was in the Orange Lodge, I had to cut it off because it was regulation. Today, I'm not in anything like that nowadays. I'm back to my old childhood summer camp days. Definitely, when I did have long hair, when I was part of the kids group of Celtic Gypsy Warriors, and that part of me stayed with me, and my nickname, the Gypsy Rover, stayed with me. Definitely, and I'm bringing back my old self with my old long hair, the way I should have been. Definitely, because I'm not in no residential group, in any residential service group of any kind, like I used to be all the time growing up when I had to cut it. I'm out of all that now. So technically, my hair is going to stay the way it is, the way I like it. Definitely, staying long. I'm not cutting it. Even if like let's say if I had stayed with them at the Salvation Army, for an example, we'll use that as an example. They really can't make you cut your hair either. Even if they have a uniform code, armistice code. Definitely, all they'll ask you to do is to buy some hair nets and tie your hair up in a bun or a ponytail, just like Mary does, and put it up under your cap when you got your headdress on. That's all they do. Or if you're in uniform, male or female, the same. They would just ask you to tie it up in a ponytail or tie it up in a bun. Definitely. And put a hairnet over it, or put your headdress on top of it. If you're cooking, put a hairnet over it. if you're going on a parade or something like that where you have to have and you have your headdress on, the headdress goes over top of it. As long as it's tied up off your ears and off your neck, tied up, not cut, tied up. If you choose not to cut it, they respect your pronouns on those. They have to. They can't force you to cut it. They can't threaten you to cut it. They can't threaten you to kick you out, because that's homophobicism. That is transphobicism, or can be, to somebody who could be of any of those communities. Definitely. For them to even cast you out because you have long hair. That is what they call discriminatory racism. And it's a hate crime. It is a chargeable offense. Definitely. A criminal offense. That's where you have to watch yourself on that. Totally. Is what I'm saying. So yes, I can take a joke. Like I can understand people are joking and I can joke about it. That's fine. I can take that. But somebody else in the community, don't forget, you live in a small town. Somebody else in the community may take you seriously on what you say on that part of it, and get in karma kick you in the ass when you're least expecting it, and you can get yourself in a lot of hot water. Definitely for being super stupid. Definitely. By telling people they have to cut their hair, or say, oh, you're going to force them into a car and take them to a barber shop and pay to have their hair cut. That is committing abuse. That is committing a felony. Definitely. That's where you have to be careful. I know my in-laws like to joke about that, but if you said that outside, definitely, you'd be surrounded like very quickly with 1,200 fucking cop cars ready to take you away. Totally. This is what you have to watch, definitely, because somebody else in the community may not take that as a joke. Definitely. I might take it as a joke. They won't take it as a joke. Definitely. So they may take that as being controlling, abusive, verbally, and may take that very seriously. That yes, that is basically proving yourself to be attacking or be capable of being transphobic, or being capable of attacking me because I've got long hair. That proves right there that you'd be capable of attacking a trans person. Definitely. Because you don't like long hair. Because maybe it doesn't suit you. But this what I said. So when you come out with kind of those statements, like I can take it as like me personally, yes. I know my in-laws like to joke or whatever like that. That's fine. I can take that as a joke. But if you're outside downtown, and you come out with that to me or whatever like that, they may not take that as a joke. They may automatically jump will get overprotective and actually jump to something like that very quickly and act on something like that, or something like that being said to somebody like me. Because if it can be said to somebody like me, or be targeted, or be a joke form being targeted at me, could bounce off of becoming not a joke, and you could actually not realize that you're attacking a trans. You could be capable of attacking a trans person, because you can attack me for having long hair. You're proving yourself to attack a trans person. Definitely, that's what they're talking about being transphobic. This is because if you're somebody who does not like long hair on other people, that's your problem. That's your prerogative. That's your problem. That's not my problem. Definitely. I'm not saying that in a mean way or whatever, but if I choose not to cut my hair, I choose not to cut my hair. Definitely. Those are what they call human rights, pronouns that have to be respected. Definitely. That kind of stuff like that. Now, yes, there's people out there, they choose to cut their hair. That's fine. But I I didn't like myself with a bald fucking head. I didn't like myself. Even when I was in cadets, when I had to cut my hair bald, I hated myself because I couldn't have my long hair. I hated myself. And I hated everybody else around me because I look like fucking everybody else with a bald fucking head or fucking shaved head. I look like fucking Baby Caillou. I don't want to look like that. Not me. You know, because even when I was in cadets, all of a sudden when the times changed, when they started allowing people to let the cadets to have their long hair, after they made me cut my hair in 1990 when I first went into Army cadets, in 1992 when I was still in Army cadets, my sergeants walked in with long hair and they had it just tied up in a bun. They had it, and these were male sergeants. They had it, and I was okay with that. They had it tied up in a bun. They had it up tied up in a ponytail. And I said, they let you have long hair? They said, yes. They said, you could have kept your long hair. All you would agree to tie it up in a bun or a ponytail. You didn't have to shave it. You didn't have to cut it. But when I told my sergeant they made me cut it, they said, well, they said now things have changed. In 1992 is when it changed. Definitely. They said all you have to do is just all you could have done is you could have fought that. That's what my sergeant told me. He said you could have went into the office and he said you could have took it right to the captain or to the CO and you could have kept your long hair. All you had to do was just tie it up in a bun or tie it up in a ponytail. And he told me this 2 years into it. 2 years into it. 2 years into it. I could have kept it. Same thing happened when I went into Air Cadets. The first year, when in 1997, I had to cut it. Long came some of our male sergeants, flight sergeants, and I said, and somebody said, "What?" This is what I thought we couldn't have long hair. They said, "Yeah." They said, "Take it to the captain." They said, "Take it to the CEO," because they said that's when they told us 2 years into it, after being into it, they told us. They said you could have kept your long hair, you could have fought it. And you with the CO, and the CO would have told you just put it up in a ponytail because he loses every fight. He loses every fight when it comes down to the cadets' rights. He or she loses the damn fight all the time. Never fails. They never win. They never win. Why? Because it's a human right. It's a human pronoun to have long hair. If they choose of their choice. Now, if they choose to cut it, that's the person's individual right or choice. But if we don't want to cut it, I could have all the way through my cadet career. I could have kept the long hair, and I never knew it. I could have kept it. All I had to do was agree that I was going to tie it up in a ponytail or tie it up in a bun, and go get hair nets, put it over, and then put a headdress on top of it. If I was cooking, or even if I didn't want to wear the hairnet, as long as my hair was tied up in a bun or tied up in a bow, in a ponytail, either just a regular ponytail or what you call a braided ponytail with my headdress on, they were fine with it. Definitely. Or if they would ask you to put the ponytail up off your neck, then yeah, we would have to do is just flip it up over underneath our beret, or flip it up under our wedge or a sailor cap with Sea Cadets, Army Cadets, Air Cadets, Sea Cadets, up under the headdress, ponytailed up and up and under, or up in a bun. Definitely, that's all we would have had to done. Definitely, and they would have been okay with it. And it's considered a being up off the ears. It's considered being up off the neck. Definitely. I just want to share that, guys, with you anyways. Not saying that to be mean. I was not saying that to put anybody on the spot. Don't worry. No, I'm not going after anybody. I'm not charging people. Nothing like that. There's people out there, yes, that will try to. But yeah, for saying something like that. But no, that's not me. But I'm just saying, guys, definitely. This is what I said. Like nobody should be forced to or be manipulated into cutting hair. And if people don't want to associate with somebody like me because they got long hair, well, then that is your, again, that's your own choice. And that's just the individual being arrogant. That's the only individual shows right there that they're going to be homophobic, they're going to be transphobic, definitely. Or if they're quick to attack somebody because they don't want to cut their hair, then obviously they're going to be an endangerment to somebody who is trans. Definitely. It shows right there. Because that particular individual don't like other people having long hair. That's basically the personality it comes out of the cookie bag. Definitely. That's what that shows. Definitely. This is I'm sorry, I'm putting up a very strong advocacy here for that. Like I said, this is the way I've always been, even since I was a child. I've got pictures of me of being a child with long hair, and I've always liked it better. The only reason why I got into the habit of cutting my hair, like I said in the 1990s, was because I was forced by somebody to cut it when I went into cadets. And if I hadn't known that the captain was going to protect us on having long hair, definitely, and I didn't know that, I would have never cut my hair. Definitely. In general, because I wasn't smart enough, because when I was a kid in cadets and that kind of stuff like that, I let people walk all over me. Definitely. I let homophobic people walk all over me. I let transphobic people walk all over me. I super straight, stupid people walk all over me. Telling me what bullies to trolls to walk all over me. Definitely. And then when I seen my sergeants when keeping their long hair, and that's when one of them told me, they said, you could have kept your long hair. You could have went before the CO, and he or she would have let you kept your long hair. Definitely. You would have just had to tie it up off your neck. You would have just have to tie it up in a ponytail or flip it up in a bun underneath. That's all I would have had to do. I didn't know that at the time. I did not know that at the time. Until after being 2 years into it. Definitely. That kind of stuff like that. We were even allowed, and I didn't even know we were even allowed, because normally they would make you. I can understand they can make you shave off your sideburns because you do have to shave your face, but yeah. But as far as the hair thing goes, yeah, we would have just had to put it up we would have been just like the women. We would have had to put it up in a bun or a ponytail, and tuck it up underneath a headdress. That's all we would have had to do, definitely. And they would have been okay with that, because it would have been up off our neck and up off our ears. And they were also saying too that we could have kept our sideburns too, if we wanted to. But yeah, I didn't know that those days, because back those days I used to let people walk all over me, everything else like that. Not today. Not today. I got wise to a lot of that today. Definitely. So again, guys, this is just kind of an education video. Definitely. So basically, you guys have a clear kind of understanding on basically basically a little bit of education video on basically how somebody works with that has pronouns and that kind of stuff like that, or has a certain way of living. Definitely. That should be totally respected. Definitely like that. Of course, yes, there's a lot of people out there. This person or that person may not like this, that may not like this on a person. They don't like that on a person. Well, guess what? That's not your choice. You're not me. Definitely. Everybody is meant to be different. Everybody has their pronouns. Everybody has their styles. Like, if I wanted to have pink hair, I will have pink hair. If I wanted to have green hair, I will have green hair. Nobody's not going to tell me how I'm to look. Definitely. I don't put up with that. Definitely. I'm very strong in those pronouns. Like if I want now this they can tell you to. Yes, this is different because this can get you into trouble. But if I wanted to walk down the street in my underwear, I'd do it. Definitely. But no, I wouldn't be that dumb to do it. Yes, because yes, the government can stop you on that pronoun. Definitely. That's the only one that they can stop you on. Definitely. But yeah. That there is I'm using that as an example, but that's the only one. That is the only one. Yes, they can force you to definitely have clothes on. Definitely for that one. That there is a bit of a sense of humor coming out, guys. A bit of a comedy joke. Don't take that one seriously. But yes, basically I'm using that as an example. This is my point. Definitely when it comes down to people's pronouns. Definitely. When they're talking about respecting. Definitely. You know, especially if there's things going on like in my life that you probably don't understand, or not meant to understand, especially if I'm going through like I said, if I'm starting to go through, even if I look like, or you're seeing signs of me going through going through transitioning, definitely, then I am. So, like I said, this is what I'm saying. It's none of your concern what I do, and that kind of stuff like that. I'm going to do what I want to do, what's best for me. I'm not going to do what's best for other people because I don't care. You know, they can go hump the CN Tower for all I care. I'm not them. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do what I want to do, more or less. I'm basically being myself, technically. Since day one, since I was even a child, when I did have long hair before, definitely. But because I let people walk all over me, I let bullies walk all over me when I first joined cadets. And I was forced to cut my hair. And then I found out into it that I could have kept it all along. Definitely. Same with the Orange Lodge. I got so comfortable, and I can't say I got comfortable. I got used to shaving it all the time, and let people tell me or force me to shave it, because they didn't like it. They're saying stuff, oh, it doesn't suit you, this and that. You know, they ruined my characteristic because of that. They literally destroyed my pronouns because of that. You know, that's as a human being, that's where I was always letting people violate me. I don't do that no more. Definitely. So basically, if it is my choice to have long hair, it's my body. I can do what the hell I want to it. I'm not the type to do this, but if I wanted to shut down my own body, I will do it. I'm just using that as an example. Don't take that seriously, because this is me. This is what I'm about. Not what you're about. I don't care what you're about. Technically, I'm going to do what's best for me. I'm going to do what I'm about. Means I only give a shit about one person. And that's me, myself, and fucking I. Sorry to put it that way. I know I'm coming across a little strong, but yeah, indefinitely. And I always kicked myself in the ass because when I was going through cadets, I could have kept my long hair and I didn't know it. There was a way I could have kept it, but no, I let bullies walk all over me and bowed to their command and gave them their way and gave them their satisfaction and sunk to their level. Totally. That's what I did wrong. Definitely. When I was in cadets, and then I had a sergeant come along and he told me, he said to me 2 years into Army cadets, and when I was 14, I could have kept my long hair. I could have took my case to the CO, and the CO would have let me keep my long hair. All I would have had to do was put it in a bun or a ponytail, put it up under my beret, or even in Air Cadets, put it up under my wedge. But I didn't know to go to the CO. Definitely. I let people walk all over me. I let people bully me. Definitely. I I literally let them destroy me and destroy my pronouns or my rights. Definitely. So that, guys, this is just an education video. Basically, I am being who I am. Definitely. Like when I was growing up as a kid, I always had long hair. I have a picture. I don't know what it is right now, but there's a childhood picture of me. You see them probably on my Facebook. There's a childhood picture, a little child picture of me when I was a child, and I had long hair. Definitely ginger brown hair. Again, this is my actual genetical hair color. Definitely, and that. People are just, you know what? I'll tell you the reason why. I'll tell you, and like I said before, my dad walked out on me when I was 3 years of age, went his own way, and sometimes I'm glad he did. Definitely. Not saying that in a mean way, or he did what he did. Definitely, what he did to my mom was not right, but he went his own way. Definitely. And yeah, over the years I kind of understand that, but like I said, you know, I'm letting my hair grow out. Definitely, the way it always has been. The only, like I said, the only reason why I did cut it was because I let people abusively force me to cut it when I was in cadets, in residential services, they called it. I don't know why they called it that. But yeah, because at that time, those days, that is the way they were. Definitely. And then when I see then, like I shared, when I see my sergeants coming with the long hair, and they all they did was tie it up in a bun. They tied it up in a ponytail, and put it up under their beret. That's all they did, just like the women did. So it doesn't matter what gender you were, as long as you were willing to agree to put your hair up in a bun or a ponytail underneath your headdress, you were regulated. You were Department of National Defense regulated in cadets. Definitely. I did not know that. I always thought it was a big I never did by choice, but I used to let other sergeants sit there, be so phobicism, and say, "Oh, you have to cut your hair," and they literally hold it down, and with the razor, off it goes. Or they tie you to a tree to shave it in the bush. I didn't know enough. Like another sergeant told me was to go to the CO and fight it. Was not thinking that way when I was in cadets or when I was in scouts. Or I would have never ever cut my hair. Definitely. It would have been longer than this today. Definitely. Can still get there. Totally. But yeah. Because I let people walk all over me. And that, and telling me that I couldn't have my long hair, and that, saying, "Oh, it doesn't suit you, doesn't suit this, doesn't suit that," or they bitch complain because because the fact, now my mom's passed on, but because my father doesn't like the fact they look like my mother, he's offended. Is that all it is about, really? If you look at it, well, guess what? He don't have to say. He hasn't been in my life since I was 3 years of age. He walked out on us a long time ago. My mom died in 2017. He was still claiming after my mom died that he was married to her, and she was divorced from him. He was married to another woman in Brockville before he met this one. He was doing that so he can scam and con what you call rights to stuff. Definitely. I'm not going to go there. Definitely. But yeah, even all through when my mom divorced him, he had a copy of his divorce order, and my mom had a copy of her divorce order. Definitely. I was a baby. I was not enough to speak for myself at the time when they went through it. But my older sister was old enough to speak for herself. Definitely. That's why she went with my dad. I went with my mom. Definitely. That's why I never met my dad, because my dad was at the time was a chronic abusive alcoholic. Walked out. When I was growing up as a kid, he never paid a cent of child tax credits. He never paid his child support from me. My mom was not ever getting it. My mom went to fight it. The Salvation Army, the welfare system will not do fuck all for her. Why? Because she was on welfare. They were not there for her. Neither was the lawyers. Neither was the police system. They were not there for her. They bullied her. They accused her. They blackmailed her. She went through a lot of hard crap trying to raise me as a kid, being a single mother. So technically, she lived her life. She did her job. Meanwhile, my dad sits there and he laughs his ass off like a laughing fucking hyena, thinking it's all fucking funny. It's not funny. So I'd have to put that in here. Definitely, I'm not like I said, I can't do nothing about that today. Definitely. He got away with what he got away with, and he shouldn't have. But, he explained why he did what he did. I have to tolerate that. I have to accept that. But technically, he has chosen a path or a lifestyle that does not include me. He chose that long time ago. So technically, like he told all my doctors when I was a kid, when I was living at home with my mom, and I was having the nightmares at summer camp or whatever, like the story I was sharing. I'm not going to get into any details. And I went to a psychiatrist. I was in the Nichols building going to a psychiatrist. He told that psychiatrist that he wasn't my father. He lied and denied me. He perjuredly lied to a professional psychiatrist, and he was working in a psychiatrical institution at the same time. That was paying from that. I'm not going to get into detail. It was paying from my bracers. His union was, and somehow because he was ahead of that union, he started paying the payments fine. But then those bracers got ripped out of my mouth because he reneged the check. He defrauded the check. He reneged the check. He committed child fraud and got away with it. And that child he defrauded was me. That's why I said, that's why I said now, because I can understand my wife, his family's from here, and he's living out here. I really didn't want to come back this direction because I tried living with him in Cgwl Beach for 2004. It didn't work out because we were trying to get to know each other, trying to, be a family, but he didn't want that. He didn't want that because he got so comfortable on not having me in his life. Definitely. And it was disturbing him. It was upsetting him. It definitely. So that's why it didn't work out. So I had to go to a boarding house here, and I met my wife, and she chose on her own free accord to go to Peterborough with me. I said she didn't have to, but it was her own choice. She wanted to try it out. She tried it out. And she came back this way and ended up bringing me back this way anyways, out of the challenges I went through in life and that kind of stuff like that, adventures we've had. Definitely. It wasn't always the greatest, but yeah. And even though I said I would never, it was not my choice to come back this way, but she wanted to be close to her mom, and I respected that. I did respect that. Gave her that wish. I would not, I'm not that mean to separate her from her mom. I'm not that mean. And definitely to do that. Um, and this way, so she could be close to her family here, which was kind of understandable, because I met some of the people she was in with in Cambridge. They're not so hot under the collar. I didn't even like them since the day when I met half of them. Definitely. Is all I can say. I'm not saying any names, but there is two individuals that come and visit her that I'm okay with. That I don't mind because they've been nice to me. Now, her boyfriend, yes, I've always known him, definitely. He's slowly remembering who I am, definitely. But we crossed paths before, definitely. But again, yes, I can understand he's gone through a lot of changes. He's a better person today, definitely, than he was when I was a little kid, definitely. But yes, because he used to live in my neighborhood. I'm familiar with him, and then he lived in Hamilton for a while. Definitely, he moved all over the place. I'm not going to go into any personal issues that happened when he was living in the complexes, and that way I have to keep that confidential, that I heard about anyways. But yes. Because, like I said, that has to be respected, because that is his personal lifestyle. And again, I'm not going to put him in a very, what you call, very tight spot that's going to upset him or anything else like that. But yes, under respect, yeah. So like now he's started. Yeah, it's good to see he's proven himself. He's got himself a job. Everything, I'll say that he's what he's realized what he done those days or whatever, and he's rehabilitating himself. So that's good to see. But like I said, I'm not going to go into any details, but because I have respect not to. But this is what I said. It is, so yes, he knew my mom. Because he used to at one time when I was a little kid, he lived in the same neighborhood. Definitely. And that kind of stuff. And I used to know who he used to hang out with too, as well. Who he was all in with. Definitely. But yeah. They at that time, they were very, what you call, very, very, very wild, rough bunch. Definitely. A bunch you did not want to know. Definitely. At those days, definitely. But yeah, today he's become an all right type of person. Definitely. I kind of respect that of him. Definitely. He's changing his ways a lot. He's settling down a lot, which is very good to see. Which a lot of people that have like a rough lifestyle, they don't ever settle their ways down. Definitely. But that's why I said it's basically, it's good to see that he's actually adjusting. He's rehabilitating himself, which I didn't think was actually capable of happening. Definitely, or being able to see, because of 9/10 of people, they never they're set a certain way. They don't change. They don't want to change. They always stay the same. And then there's people, yes, that honestly make an effort to change, and that kind of stuff like that. So yes, he's become a better person. Like I've had him here for coffee nowadays. Where before, I know I wouldn't let him in my house. When I was a kid, walk through the door. Today, I'm more comfortable letting him walk through the door and serving him a coffee or whatever. I sit down and talk to him. He's a better person today. Definitely. We're back when I was a child. When I first met him, he was not a type of person you would want in your house. Definitely. But yeah, I just want to share that in a more of a polite or a positive way. Excuse me. But yeah, so that's what I'm talking about, is respecting people's differences, respecting people's pronouns. Definitely. If a person's pronouns is to have long hair, that's their that is their lifestyle. Like, this is my lifestyle. If I like to bring back my long hair like I used to have, this is the way I am. This is the way I'm going to be. I'm not going to change. No, I'm not going to let anybody force me to cut it, because I went through all that with people in cadets. Definitely. I'm not in anything like that today, so definitely I don't want to be forced to cut it. You know, yes, people are going to say, well, people are going to come out with, with all these stupid excuses and lies and saying, well, if you are working on a job placement, you have to cut your hair. No, you don't. No, you don't. It's your own personal lifestyle choice if you want to have long hair or not. All they will ask you to do is to tie it up in a bun or tie it up in a ponytail and tuck it up under a hairnet. Is all they're going to ask you to do, or tuck it up under a hat. Is all they're going to do. That's all they're going to ask you. Ask of you. Other than that, they will not force you to cut it. They will not make you cut it. That kind of stuff. That only thing they may require is that you are clean shaved. If you do have if you're somebody who does have a beard or mustache, to always keep it trimmed clean, but not gonna or they're not really gonna force you to shave it off. They may ask you to shave it off or keep it nicely trimmed or cut. With the beard wise, the hair, they're not gonna force you to cut it. They're just going to ask you to tie it up in a ponytail or put it up in a bun and put it under a hairnet or put it up under a hat is all they're going to ask you. So it's up off your neck. It's up off your ears. That's all they're going to ask you to do. And if you're willing to do that, they're fine with you. They're fine with it. Everybody today is, like I said, not everybody is comfortable with bald heads. Not everybody is comfortable with shaved heads. Definitely. There's people that do that because they choose to do that. That's fine. But yes, like I said, I've been down that road. Even when I was in cadets, I was forced to shave it by one sergeant, and then, like I was sharing, the other sergeant told me I didn't have to cut it when I was in cadets. Anyways, I could have kept it. I just would just had to tuck it up under my beret and wedge, and my air cadet wedge, my army cadet beret, and then when I went into air cadets, I would have just had to tuck it up under my air cadet wedge. But I didn't know that, and I let people force me into cutting it, force me to cut it. That kind of stuff like that. So I didn't understand a lot of this when I was a teenager. Definitely. As I do now. Definitely. But no, I'm not gonna, like I said, I have no reason to cut it. Definitely. I don't wish to. It is staying. Even guys, for years, I know people that served on the police departments in Peterborough, where I grew up. In the big cities. And even today, the police officers are not forced to cut their hair. They're just asked to tie it up in a bun or tie it up in male or female, no matter what gender they are. They're just asked to tie it up in a bow or tie it up in a bun or put it in a ponytail, put it up under their hat. That's all they're asked to do. Just like the women are, definitely, if they choose to have long hair. Definitely. As long as it's tied up above the ears and off the neck, and they tuck it up under their police cap. That's all they're asked to do. And then automatically they are to the uniformity code. Definitely. And definitely, but yes, there's ones that will choose to shave it off. But yes, and then there's ones that will try to force others to shave it off. But if they don't want to cut their hair, they can fight it. They can go to their captain and argue that and win. Definitely, they don't know that. They can, and then he or she's going to give in. They're going to say, you know what? You okay with that? They'll say we can adjust to that. Just make sure you tie it up in a ponytail or tie it up in a bun and put it on under your police cap when you're on duty. If when you're in your uniform, if you're on duty, just put it up under your cap. That's all they'll tell you. Is tuck it up under your cap. And then it's off the neck, it's off the ears. And definitely. So therefore they're still complying to the uniform code. Definitely. As long as they tie it back in a ponytail, or put it in a bun, so they can tuck it up in a bun, and tuck the ponytail up underneath underneath the headdress. That's all they ask them to do. Or throw a head and also throw to keep it in place. Throw a hairnet underneath the police cap. That's all they do. That's all they do. Then when they're off duty, they want to let it down. They'll let it down. Let the hair down when they're in civvies. It's not a forceful thing anymore. Definitely. And violating a person and saying that somebody has to cut their hair, that is infringing on somebody's pronouns and their rights. Definitely. So those are some examples that you see today. Especially even when it comes to comes down to even professionalism. Definitely. On how they on what they can do to get around that issue. Definitely. But yeah, the only reason why my hair sometimes does get a little sloppy is it's not the fact that it doesn't suit me. It does suit me because this is the way I choose to have long hair, is because in some of my videos I'm drinking alcohol and I'm probably halfway out of it. So my hair statically will stick out, will get messy halfway through the night. And that kind of stuff like that, because the fact that I was drinking alcohol. Definitely. But if I'm not drinking any alcohol, I can just slightly comb it back, style it back. Definitely, when I get up, I brush it or comb it. I brush it and I comb it down. Definitely, or comb it out. Definitely, or I tuck it back with a bandana. So I put a bandana on my head, and I just comb my hair. I just comb my hair out over top of the bandana. I just tie it back with a bandana. That's what the bandanas are for. That's why they're called bandanas. To tie your hair back with. A lot of people don't know that, especially if you're old enough to remember the 60s. That's why bandanas were invented. That's why hippies wear bandanas, to tie your hair back. Because people be like me, they don't want to cut their hair. We don't want to be forced to cut our hair. So what we do is we tie it back. Or we tie it up in a ponytail, or we tie it up in a braided ponytail, or we can tie it up in a bun, or we can strap or tie a bandana to it, tie it back, comb the hair out over the top. It looks lovely. It looks nice, and it looks cute. Oh, sorry, I gotta be careful with that. And it looks sexy. Awesome. For those people that don't like my hairdo, wait till I get into the makeup and the nail polish. I'll tell you. That's the next step. And I don't have a problem with looking like that, because I'm okay with that, because this is the way I am. Always had, like I shared before, When I was a kid growing up, I didn't play with boy toys. I admit I was playing with Barbie dolls. What's wrong with that? I was watching the Cabbage Patch Kids on TV, Little Strawberry Shortcake. I didn't care about Thundercats. I didn't care about Ninja Turtles. Did I watch the stuff that I should have been watching when I was a boy? No. Growing up as a little boy? No. I was watching little girl. I was watching cartoons that little girls would watch. Definitely when I was a little kid. I'd be watching Adventures of Barbie World. Definitely. I loved it. It was more entertaining than Thundercats. Thundercats, I was, I did like it, yes, but it was getting too boring. It was getting too violent. Definitely. For my viewing, anyways. But yeah, I knocked my phone over. I just wanted to share that, guys. Definitely. But yeah, I'm not gonna share too much of that because people will probably get the wrong idea in the head. But yeah, this is what I'm talking about: is respecting people's differences, respecting people's pronouns, that kind of stuff like that. But yes, like I said, when I was in cadets and I was made to cut my hair with, shave my head bald. I really didn't like that. I did not like that side of me at all. To me, it didn't suit me. Oh yeah, it suits everybody else because everybody wants everybody up in the bald generation. To some people, everybody has to be bald. They've got a stereotype that that I have to be bald. I have to have a brush cut. I like my long hair. I'm sorry, but I didn't have a choice when I had to cut it off in cadets and that kind of stuff like that. But yeah, and the reason why, I just got so used to letting people just walk all over me and make me cut it. So to at those times I was so naive. I'd do anything, definitely. Even though I didn't want to cut it, because too many people would say cruel things to me and say, "Oh, well, it doesn't suit you, this and that." Force me into a bald generation or a buzz cut generation that totally looks totally retarded and stupid. My opinion of it. Anyways, that to me, it doesn't suit me. Yeah, it may suit other people. Other people may be comfortable with it because that's what they choose. But no, to me, it doesn't suit me. Definitely. Especially when I look like fucking Yoda or Baby Yoda. Definitely. No, I'm a type of person. I'm a long hair type person. Definitely. I'm not a Baby Caillou type person. I'm not a Baby Yoda type person. I know that you got your Baby Yodas out there. You got your Baby Cailloux out there. That love shaving their head. That's fine. But like I said, or like I can understand if they have an illness or they're sick with cancer and they have no choice, but they have to be bald because of the radiation or whatever treatment. That's fine. I respect that part of it. I respect because their choices is they like to have their hair shaved bald. I don't. I never did. I tried it. I thought it would suit me. No, it didn't. It never suited me. Never ever at all did it ever suit me. I never liked it. Never ever liked it. Because I'm used to having my hair long. I'm used to brushing it down, styling it. this is the way I am, definitely. I don't like telling people saying, "Oh, they're going to tie me down," or saying, "Push me in the car," and they're going to pay to have it chopped off. Pay to have my hair cut off, because technically that is a threat of abuse right there. Definitely, that's why I said be careful. Yes, I can take it as a joke, but if you like, if I was talking to you on a public if you talking to me like that on a public sidewalk, somebody else walking down the street may not take you as joking. They're probably going to turn on you, and they're probably going to kind of stick a couple cop cars on you, definitely, for coming out with something like that, publicly, to somebody like me or whatever, or if they thought that you were that they would think you were manipulating me into shaving it or cutting it, or forcing me to. They'd probably take that on a very, very serious level, definitely. And then knowing that if you can come at me like that, basically, you're showing to them that you're capable of going after somebody who is a trans woman, and definitely, and for saying something like that, even to me, definitely, that's making yourself look like you're going, you're going to attack them. So they'll get overprotective over me to be overprotective of them. This is why you have to be careful with cracking that kind of a joke. I know, like I said, some like those kind of things, when it comes down to somebody's hair shaming, that is not a joke, definitely. It is not meant to be a joke, definitely. It is a pronoun, not a joke. That is a pronoun that needs to be respected. So that's what they talk about, people having pronouns, definitely. Or the way somebody dresses is a pronoun, definitely. That has to be respected. Is respecting that person for being different. Because if it's something that you personally don't like, the problem is on your shoulders, not mine. Definitely. That kind of stuff like that. So, I like I said, I've always, even since I was a kid, even when I was 4 years old, this is the way I even looked, and I was comfortable with it. Definitely. Like I said, when I got into Army Cadets, I got into the Orange Lodge. Yes, I was forced by force to cut it. I was forced into cutting it. I didn't like it. It didn't suit me. Definitely. Even today, in this generation, the Masonries, the Masonry lodges, and the Freemason lodges and the Orange Lodge today don't even force their men to cut it now anymore, because they respect the fact that it's pronouns that are respected, and it's the person's individual human right if they want to have long hair, if they don't want to have long hair, if they want to have a beard or mustache, that's their right. Or if they want to be clean shaved, that's their right. It's not a thing that's allowed to be forced on anybody anymore. In generally, there is strict laws that kind of will protect all that. In generally, also too, it's in some people's cases, it's even in any intercultural, no matter if it's Celtic, Viking, nationality, Um, I was born and raised here in Ontario, Canada. But in certain cultures or certain cultures or interculturally, um, the person, the individual people, will not cut their hair, will not cut their hair, because if it is in their culture community, not to or in their culture intercultural community or constitution, or whatever they call it, which is still relates to their constitution of their group or their tribe. If they're connected to one, is not to cut their hair. Um, those are things that people need to respect. Definitely. No matter if it's Scotch, Irish, or Celtic, Irish native, like I am. You know, yes, I again, like, because I've got mixed nationalities. Yes, I may not have been eligible for the native status card, but I was born in a native residential hospital. A lot of people did not know that, because Napanee, at the time, the hospital I was supposed to be born in 1980, denied my mom from delivering, for me being born in that hospital, because they were not equipped to deliver babies. So they took her to Deseronto Residential First Nation Reservation to deliver me as a baby. So I was born in a residential hospital on a First Nation reserve. Definitely. And the records went, because they couldn't get her to Kingston in time. The records went from Deseronto for to be filed. My records went from Deseronto to be filed. My birth records went from Deseronto to be filed in Kingston. But yeah, so I just wanted to share a little bit of that. But yes, no. Other than that, when my mom separated from my dad, no, I did not grow. As a child, I did not grow up on a reservation like I should have been raised on, but I wasn't. Definitely because the fact that both sides, and in the family tree or ancestry, had mixed. There was proof in the family tree that there was mixed nationalities. There was mixed marriaging going on. And kids were born, every generation of kids that were born as mixed, intermixed different nationalities. And when that happens, when nationalities start crossing each other genetically, what happens is it breaks your actual native heritage bloodline. So basically us kids that are born mixed nationality will be totally mixed of several different nationalities. Because my dad's uncle, one uncle was Jewish. My dad's father was Irish Protestant. My dad's mother was First Nation Mohawk from Deseronto, where I was born as a baby. Then on my mom's side, so when the kids came along, like my great grandparents or my grandparents and my dad came along way before my time, they would have been born the same as I was, with mixed intercultural nationalities. And on my mom's side, my mom's mother was from Scotland. She was from Aberdeen, Scotland. And then she married a German fellow, which was my grandfather was German. He was from Nazi Germany. And his brother was from Holland. And so they had kids. My mom was born in. They had 8 kids. My grandparents had 8 kids. My dad's parents had 13 kids. So technically, vice versa. And then I came along when my dad married my mom or whatever. Everybody's not sticking to their treaty here, definitely. So the native wheel is being broken. Or treaty has been broken a long time ago. In most kids' cases, especially when it came down to mine. That's why I'm so screwed up. Anyhow, so getting back on track, my getting back to my mom's family. Again, my grandfather was from Nazi Germany. He was a German Nazi in World War II. Then he came to Canada and left the German army, and when Canada became a country, when Canada just became a country, he enlisted in the Canadian Air Force as a mechanic, took a trade, and my mom and all his 8 kids were born in Montreal, Quebec, and she came out to be French Canadian, definitely. All her brothers and sisters. And then when they grew up, they all had kids. My mom had before I was born. My mom had my older brother, which drowned, was in a drowning accident. I'm not going to go into any detail about that. Well, at first he went missing, then he was in a drowning accident. He died before I was born. Then I was born in 1980. No, before I was born, my older sister was born. I got to put her in. She was born before I was. So she was always a little older than me. My older biological sister was born before I was. Then I was born in 1980. So I was born with all these mixed nationalities. She would be the same way, definitely, because we both have the same father and we had the same mother, and definitely. So when my dad left my mom, he went remarried. When he officially divorced my mom, he remarried. And that second one didn't last, so I don't know what happened. Then he met this other one that he's with today, and he had more kids. So definitely he is. So I have step siblings now that are like half brother, half sister. And again, the one he's with now is full 100% native. From this area, definitely. So my step siblings came out as half of my dad's nationalities in them and half their mothers. But they take more so after their mothers' nationalities. So again, they come out to be more native because they take after their mother's side, definitely. Where me, being my dad's oldest boy from a previous marriage that he does acknowledge that I'm not his kid, and lies about and denies me, I came out with blood DNA lines of all these different nationalities. So if they were to nationality test me even for a native status card, they would have a hard time doing it, getting the DNA when they get the DNA, because all the nationalities are going to come out. Definitely. In my blood genetics, in my DNA, it is all going to read very weird, and all these nationalities is going to go through the DNA machine. Definitely. And it's going to come, all these nationalities are going to crisscross each other. That's how they can tell that I am totally mixed child. Definitely. And my mom's one sister married an Italian fellow, and she had a child. Definitely. And he came out to be Hispanic, which is Italian Spaniano, which is Spanish, Greek Spanish. He grew up, he went to college. Out of all the nephews, he's the only one that made something of himself. He's now living in Montreal, Quebec. His mother also died of Huntington's, like my mom did. And all my mom's brothers all died except for one brother and one sister. Her twin sister is still living in Peterborough. So she has a twin, her twin, she left behind her twin sister. And her finally one younger brother left living in Toronto, is what she left behind. Definitely. Far as the rest, it's all us just all us cousins that are basically left. Indefinitely. And those two that one surviving brother and that one surviving sister of my mom's. That's it. And then from my mom, out of the surviving children, there's just me and my older sister. Definitely. The other kids, same father but different mother, is totally different. So this is why the only reason why the government does not recognize me as being eligible for Native status is because on how I was born, on how I was born mixed nationalities, and how all these nationalities are crisscrossing in my actual bloodline and my DNA. This is how, if they were to do DNA test me for that, that's how it is going to read out. It'll be a laundry list coming through the DNA machine on the print off. Definitely. When they study and test the blood, so it will disqualify me. Definitely. Automatically. So, like I said, you don't need technically the point is, you don't have to have a government card to dictate your nationalities. So I'm open to practice or follow any of my family nationalities at any point in time that I wish to, and honor them. Definitely. And that's what they call a thing called pronouns, respecting pronouns. Definitely. And also the other thing is, when I was born of two genders. Definitely. A lot of people do not understand that. I'm not going to get into that. I was born male and female, with male and female genetics in me as well, on top of that, which should have never happened, but it did. That's what a lot of people do not like about me. So yes, at some point, I am at risk of transitioning, not by choice, but to complete that transitioning, I would automatically go and do it, so that way both genetics are not fighting with each other inside me. Definitely. Because the female genetics are trying to take over, and the female genetics are a lot powerful than what the male genetics are. So basically what happens is, to the science end of it, technically you have to it's like anything in life, you got to let one thing go and let the other thing take over. Definitely. And that kind of stuff like that. And I can feel the spiritual changes, and I've been feeling those spiritual changes ever since I was a little kid. But when I was a little kid, because the fact that I was under the age of 18 or 18, 19 years of age, doctors were not allowed to do anything about it. Now, because now I'm older, I can request, even if it costs me money to go do it, I can request to go through those through those kind of appointments. But right now, because there's so much COVID going on, there is a pandemic going on, a lot of that is not open to make arrangements for those kind of appointments, or to go through those kind of appointments, or going through any future surgery plans for that kind of changeover. Definitely. Because the times we're entered into, definitely, because it is a high, like they say, it is a very high risk in the surgery room. Definitely. My cousin Tony in Montreal has already pre-warned me of that. Definitely. He said during COVID times, it's just the wrong time to go through those appointments, because you get through those appointments, anything is capable. Risks could happen. You're at risk of anything. you're at risk of being neglected. You're at risk of killing over. Anything you could be at risk of. He even he said those they like to wait. They want to wait till it's cleared out of the way and flowing over. When they can pay more, when they can if I was to go through something like that, to complete something like that, wait before you go making those kind of appointments, that they're that they're not going to neglect you and end up killing you in the process, because that is a high risk with COVID. And that kind of stuff like that, because they will not be able to have the staff to be at your side to bring you through and to bring you out. That's what he was explaining to me. Definitely. And what is it? The way he put it, he said it's a 50-50 risk. And definitely at that, if I was to make those kind of preparations now during COVID, I could, but he said even if I was able to afford it and I was going through something like that through COVID, it would be too dangerous. It would be too risky. There's a high chance of death. Definitely. He pre-warned me of that because the doctors are too busy with COVID patients. Definitely like that. They'd be all over the place, and you'd be mixed in with all the COVID wings and everything else like that, going through something like that. And they may not pay attention to you. You could get ignored. You could die off on them in the middle of the procedures. This is why they had shot all those other non-necessary, or the way I don't know why they would say non-necessary, but the reason why they're holding a lot of that off, definitely, is because of all this COVID shit going on. Definitely. And they don't want to be responsible of losing people on their clock, because right now during COVID, they've lost a lot of people, or too many people than they should have. So they want to wait until this is all over, when they have enough people to bring back that kind of a procedure and for it to work, so the person can successfully survive and live through it. Definitely, and will be successfully on coming through and coming out. Definitely. It's right now. Right now there is a big danger with COVID right now with that kind of thing. Definitely. That's all he was letting me know on that. Definitely. But no, he said he would love to be my doctor through it all, but because he's my cousin, he's not allowed to. It's some contract thing, because he's directly related to me. He's my cousin. Definitely, but he is licensed specialist in that department. But when it comes down to me, he cannot put me through any of that kind of procedure, because he's directly related to me. He'd feel bad if something happened halfway through the proceeds of it all. Definitely. That's the only thing. Like I still talk to him online, and that kind of stuff like that. And right now, my own family doctor is not seeing people, and that is another big issue during these times too, as well. Definitely, he's not seeing anybody for nothing. He's technically shut everybody out. He shut off appointments, everything. So in a case like that, I can't really go through the proper channels and make these kind of appointments, because he's not there right now these days to to make those kind of appointments or to start me through those appointments, especially like he'd even say right now with COVID going on, it's too much of a dangerous time. There is high risks that I could be ignored if I was to go through those kind of appointments. Definitely. And he doesn't want to see that. So he is waiting, and I don't blame him. He wants to wait until all this shit show's over. Definitely. And it's out of the way, it's done and over with. When he can refer me to the proper specialization staff that can do it. Definitely. It even means going somewhere else, like to Toronto or somewhere like that, or even down to Montreal. Hey, sweetie. Yeah, I'm live. Don't do that because you could be sign language something inappropriately.
She's crazy.
I know, but so, somebody that's a deaf person on here or hearing impaired may take that the wrong way because they talk with sign language. Come here, sweetie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She kicked ET from her bed all the way onto my bed.
That's fine. ET will always be there until you come back. Okay. Yes, ET. So ET can't go for the walk with you. No, ET can't go for the walk with you. You can have ET when you come home. Okay. ET is with your other toys. But yeah.
Little girl, you.
Usually I would not share that on here, but I just wanted to give you a bit of an education lesson on that. Why these times are such a risk? Definitely. For anything. In generally. So, but yeah, but that, like I said, that doesn't make people bad people. Definitely, like everybody's different for a reason. That's the educational point of it all. In generally, but basically, my point is nobody touches my hair. I am not cutting my hair. Like I said, this is the way my hair has always been. Like I said, when I was younger, I people forced me to cut it. People are not going to do that today. People are not going to do that today. It is a pronoun. If my hair is long, I like it this way. I'm not a bald-headed person. I am not. That is not me. If I wish to have my hair long, I wish to have my hair long. That these are like this has to be respected. That kind of stuff like that. I really don't care what people if they're saying it jokingly or not in jokingly. Definitely, this is the way I always have my hair. Definitely, I like this way. This is the way I'm used to. I'm not comfortable with having a bald head. I'm not comfortable being like that. Definitely, because to me, bald headedness does not suit me at all. Definitely. I was never comfortable that way. Definitely. This is the way that my hair is staying. It's not being cut. That kind of stuff like that. And in a long way, in a big way, it needs to be kind of respected. Definitely. Not everybody's like everybody else. Definitely. I don't want people forcing me to be like everybody else. I hate that. Definitely. So basically, this is about my lifestyle, nobody else's. Definitely. And if I choose to have my hair like this, this is the way I've always had it. Like I said, I let people walk all over me when I was in cadets, and I didn't push to keep my long hair, and I could have. I didn't know that. But yeah, I let people force me to cut it. and I got so used to that. And then you know, it just wasn't me. It wasn't me. It didn't suit me. The bald head system didn't, or the bald head generation did not ever suit me. Um, you know, since now I'm not, in like now I'm older, definitely. I don't have a really cause or reason to cut it, definitely. Um, Basically, even nowadays, all it is about is, like, if I get called back to my 1 day a week job, they're not going to force you to cut your hair. They're just going to ask you to tie it up in a ponytail or tie it up in a net, tie it up in a bun, put a hairnet on, or tie it up under your hat. Put a hat on. That's all. Tie it up in a ponytail. Flip it up under your hat, or put a hairnet on. Put your hat on over top of it. There you go. That's all they do. That's all they ask. They're not going to get into heavy detail about it. Definitely. They're not going to fight with you over it. Definitely. They're going to respect the fact that I have long hair. Definitely. But now I can religiously piss people off because I can grow a beard and mustache, and it's still my pronouns, but I don't wish to. Then I'd be walking around town looking like Jesus Christ. I wouldn't care. Definitely. But no, I will not do that. Definitely. But yes, but even if I did, that was still it's what I'm comfortable with, not with what other people aren't comfortable with. I don't give a shit about other people. Definitely, what they like or don't like. They can gossip, they can slander, they can mouth off all they want, but in the end, guess what? They're going to come face to face probably with a police officer and probably would end up getting charged. Definitely. For definition, character, and harassment and slandering. Definitely. That's where somebody like me would be more protected. Definitely. With our pronouns and everything else like that. If they hear they're doing it because they don't like the long hair on me, or they're talking about forcing me to cut it, or say, okay, we're gonna force them into a car and take them to go have it cut. You know what? They're automatically you're admitting you're about to break the law, definitely, and commit abduction. That's, you got to be careful. That's why that is not a joke. I laugh. Yeah, I could laugh it off and say, yeah, okay, because I know I can take it as a joke. Other people in the community hear something like that, they're not going to take that as a joke. They're going to take that seriously, and they're going to jump down your throat on it. And yes, they're going to have probably 14 cops behind them. Definitely. And you'll end up putting your foot in your mouth. Definitely. If they heard somebody say something like that to me in public, definitely. Or somebody like me in public, because if they could say something like that very negatively, rude to me like that in public about my hair or hair shame, then what's going to happen is they're going to be afraid that you are showing yourself an endangerment to somebody who is actually trans, and you're going to be in a whole world of shit. Definitely. So like don't attack people because you don't like them with long hair. Like that's something you gotta respect. It's a thing called pronouns. Everybody has them, and they're all different. They're meant to be all different for a reason. Now, right now, yes, I have my own female name, also as a nickname on top of the Gypsy Rover. Again, it's a pronoun. But if I want to really piss off my dad, I'm allowed to still keep my last name during. I didn't know this. I'm allowed to keep my original last name. It's just the first name that becomes a dead name. The last name or the birth date is always going to stay this. I guess I hear I was understanding stays the same, but the middle it's just your middle name, and your first name becomes a dead name. But if I wanted to be technical and piss my dad off, I don't really have to say, okay, go, say I'm Felicia Little Annie. I could turn around and as a trans name, become my mother's name, first name. I have that right to do that. And I could come out as being Evelyn. And that really pissed him off because I always look like my mother. And he's pissed off at that already. I just can't use her middle name. Definitely. Even if I had to change my middle name, I would not be allowed to use her middle name. But Plain was just her marriage name because she was married to my dad when I was a baby. But my birth date will stay the same. And Evelyn's a common name, a female name. But yeah. No, I wouldn't be able to use her maiden name. But legally, if I went to the courts after transitioning and had it legally changed with a lawyer, yes, I can take on her first. I can continue on her first and maiden last name if I wanted to. And definitely, the only way it becomes legal is if you go to a lawyer and go through the courts. Then yes, it can be legally done. I did not know that. It can be. Definitely. And yes, my dad would definitely get pissed off because he would say, oh shit, the bitch is back. He'd run the other way. Definitely. I would never call my mom that. I made that mistake when I was a teenager, but I put my foot in my mouth for that. But no, for my dad to say something like that, oh yeah, he is. He's treading on what you call thin ice. Definitely. Totally. But yeah, don't show me stuff like that. As I know, it's just a cereal box. But yeah, so basically, again, as an example, that's what they call pronouns. Definitely. But yeah, as I could do that as long as the middle name ends up being different, and it's not really the same. So the middle name, first and middle name, and last name can legally change. Yes. It's just the date of birth the difference is my date of birth would just stay the same, but then the gender, only thing that will change is just the gender. That's the only thing that will change. So it'll just change from male to female. That's all it is. All it will do. Definitely. Hey, little Bill. That is just so basically I'm just educating you guys on what pronouns are like. Definitely. Based on who the person is, more or less, and respecting the person for who they are or who they identify or what they identify themselves as. That's basically the education part of it. So you have a bit of an understanding on that one. Definitely. You know, that kind of stuff like that. So yes, so definitely, guys. This is what I'm saying. You know, like I said, like I said, I'm not a bald headed type person. I never liked it, or shaved, or you know, shave kind of shaved brush cut hair style. And I have respect. I also, and another thing, you know, even though it is again in my genetics, it is in my genetics. I do have a bit of native tree in my genetics, but yes, a Mohawk native tree in my genetics, mixed in with all these different nationalities. Yes, I do have the respect not to put my hair in a mohawk, definitely, because that there is very disrespectful. I know I do see a lot of non-indigenous people putting their hairs in mohawk. That's just as bad as wearing a war bonnet to a Halloween party and acting like Pocahontas. Sorry, guys. I had to bring this up. Definitely. You know, looking like Kumo fucking D from Bugs Bunny or something like that. You know, more or less. But yes, I would not know. I would not. I would never ever you know, ever shave my head into even a mohawk. Definitely. That there, I definitely would say yes. That is just as bad as the people walking around with, you know, buying these dollar store fucking plastic feather war bonnets and, you know, wearing them on TikTok and stuff like that and getting their ass kicked by every Native American from here to the Chinese border. Definitely, and getting told off. Which in some sense, I don't blame them really. I think if I had been born the right way, and have just the one nationality in my birth genetics, then yes, I would have been the same way. I would have been on there giving my 2 cents too, definitely. But yeah. This is why I said, like I said, with, you know, me being born with all these different nationalities, I can follow either one of them, definitely. I can honor them all, follow them all, but, you know, that kind of respect them all. That number one key, respecting them all, definitely. On top of also being an Ontario and Canadian citizen, because I was born here in Ontario. I grew up in Canada here, definitely. But yeah, like I said, if I didn't have all these other nationalities in me, then yes, I would have qualified a long time ago for a status card. But no, because like I said, I mixed with different nationalities. I do have a bit of it, but I've got too many other nationalities in my DNA, crisscrossing over the other one. Or totally crossing them over too much, definitely. And that which actually does disqualify me, definitely. And it's understandable too, because they just want to make sure that, you know, that they're well protected, you know, because especially during these times, anybody can go in and say anything to get stuff like that, definitely. And then there'd be, you know, and you know, half those people out there, there's no truth to what they say, and then it creates government issues and that kind of stuff like that, in paperwork and that kind of stuff like that. But yeah. But yeah, so like I said, guys, like there's some nights too. Yes, I have the odd beer and that kind of stuff still. I like still having the odd beer, odd bottle of wine. I just comb my hair back and I comb my hair. when I'm done my drinking nights or whatever, when I get up in the morning. But you know, it's not it's not the fact that it looks sloppy. It's just like if I'm having a night drinking or whatever like that, yeah, it is gonna stick out. It's normal. Most long hair does.
Night time.
Night. Have a good night, sweetie. Most long hair does. That kind of stuff like that. But yeah. But the next morning, guys, I always shampoo it, condition it, comb it. You know, keep my original color in it, definitely as much as possible. Genetically, so I really, guys, look after it, treat it. I comb the tangles, so I comb it flat, definitely like I'm supposed to. That kind of stuff like that. So it's never the fact that it looks ugly, guys. It just it's always combable down. Everything else like that. You know, I shave my face a lot, definitely. That kind of stuff, because I don't like facial hair. I hate facial hair. It makes you look like a welfare bum. Totally, the facial hair does. Sorry. But yeah. That's just my pet peeve on facial hair. But if other people like facial hair, that's fine. I'm not against that part of it. You know, I'm different than most other people. Definitely, I'm not other people. I kind of basically do what's best for me all the time. That's all I do. You know. But yeah, so that's why I said I've got it growing in the way I like it. I got it growing in nicely, definitely. Like I said, I always comb it down. Definitely, pretty soon it'll be ready to put up in a ponytail, anyways. So, and definitely, so I will be able to tie it back. Definitely, I will actually be able to tie it up in a ponytail pretty soon, because it'll be long enough. Definitely, say a couple, 3 more months, and it'll be ready to put in a ponytail. Definitely. That kind of stuff like that. But yeah, so again, this is a bit of an education video, guys. Definitely that I'm doing today. Also giving you guys the education on people's, what they talk about, people having pronouns, that kind of stuff like that. It can be in anything. Their pronouns can be based on how they want to be addressed, that kind of stuff like that. You know, even today we see that the plastic toy potato heads, they all have pronouns now too. Definitely. The way, again, you know, just to be respectful, that kind of stuff. We're not going to go there, but we're seeing their pronouns too, and their plastic toys. Definitely, kids' toys. You know, so you know. Also, too, I'm too late, guys, for Beagle, but I will be doing Beagle for sure tomorrow night, guys, because I was running late today by doing TikToks. My one TikTok video failed. Definitely, it didn't pick up. It didn't record. It did live. I don't know what happened there. TikTok didn't let it through. Definitely, it said unavailable. I don't know what happened. Definitely, it was processing like normal. But then they shut it off. So I don't know. TikTok's doing a lot of funny shit lately. And definitely this is what I said. Like guys, technically going to do probably slowly work my way back to Beagle more. So all the TikTok times that I'm spending, I'm going to spend less time on TikTok, more time on Bigo, like I used to. And that kind of stuff like that. But again, guys, thank you guys for tuning on in. I know a lot of people do like my videos. Basically, I just wanted to educate, give you guys a bit of an education on pronouns. Indefinitely, that kind of stuff like that. But yeah. So again, like I said, I know tomorrow also too for me. Tomorrow is a busy day, but I will try to go live on Bigo, not TikTok, definitely. Maybe some nights, I guess. I'll again to go less time on TikTok. I'm going to start rotating, definitely. Since it's good to see the people on TikTok, some of the people now lives are starting to be a little nicer. There's still the odd few trolls that pop up in there, but again, past 8 o'clock at night, no, you don't want to be on TikTok, especially on a Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night, because about 8 o'clock, 8:30, 9 o'clock, that's when all the trolls start jumping on there, and there's a big rude trend going on, or a big threatening trend going on at you, that kind of stuff like that. That is the things I want to avoid, definitely. So basically, if I do TikTok and still do TikTok live, I will do it during the day. I'll try to make time during the day to do it. Again, I will try to make time for YouTube, and I will try to, and at nighttime, guys, I will be definitely for sure at nights, I will be live for a bit on Bigo. And definitely. And I'm still scheduling in my times again for YouTube here when I'm going to make appearance on YouTube. So that way I'm also less time on YouTube as well. Definitely. But definitely my most active times, mostly my active, when I'm going to be mostly more active again is on Bigo. Definitely. So if TikTok Jesus wants to come join me on Bigo, you're welcome to come on in, join, install Bigo. You're old enough, I presume, over 18. Proper age requirement. Just install it into your device and go live on Bigo. And again, it's got the 12-room video chats, definitely like that. That'd be awesome. You go from being TikTok Jesus to being Bigo Jesus. I love that. Definitely. Stronger platform. Definitely. You go live whenever you want, type thing. You don't have to worry about your live stream always shutting down or disappearing. Definitely. At least they let Bigo let you know if they have a bit of a server failure or a bit of a crash at their end, but they're quick enough to get things back up and going. Definitely. And plus, again, I'm doing a lot of stuff from at home. Definitely, I'm doing all my volunteer work from at home, like Canada Day Live from at home. So enjoy on that one, which is actually going to be on Bigo. It's going to be between Bigo and YouTube. And definitely, I just make the paper and the sock, puppets, just to get people to laugh, just for comedy, that kind of stuff like that, to cheer people up, especially during these times, when it's rough times or whatever, people are going through different depressions, that kind of thing like that. They're not themselves lately, that kind of stuff like that. They're not, again, people are not allowed to socialize with people, that kind of stuff like that. Like all those privileges. No, I can't say privileges. All that's been taken away from people when this pandemic started. Definitely. There's no events operating. That kind of stuff like that. So a lot of people are missing on the way things used to be, And when things start back up, they're not going to be like the way they used to be. Definitely. It's all coming back, but not the same way, but in a different way. With stricter guidelines, stricter rules, stricter laws even. Definitely. That we were not ready to see. Definitely. On that one, generally. So I just wanted to make this video. Definitely. I get glue from my glue gun. Definitely. Yeah, again. So I will. So I can glue the eyes on there. That little miniature portable cabin that I'm building from an old shelf that I have. The wood's still good. It's just going to be a small table size one. Definitely. Just a model one like that porcelain village. But that's going to be kind of added in around there too as well. So you'll be able to see that. I don't know how good it's going to turn out. So I hope it doesn't turn out too ugly. But if it does, I'm prepared for that. Not an issue. But yeah, so this concludes my live stream for tonight, guys. Definitely. So basically, guys, so that gives you a bit of education on when people have pronouns and that kind of stuff like that, to respect them. Definitely, and that kind of stuff like that. In respecting people because they're different. Because not everybody's for walking around with their head bald. Definitely, like I said, being shaved bald was never me. Definitely, I didn't like that side of me. Definitely, I like my old self better. Definitely, with the long hair. Definitely, genetically let it growing in, growing out. Definitely. So basically what I change into the near future, again, that is my business, nobody else's. Just wanted to share that. Nobody cares if it suits you or not. It suits me and that kind of stuff like that. It's that kind of stuff like that. So because it's never about you. That kind of stuff like that. So I just want to make that kind of clear, definitely. Again, so that there's no phobiasm jumping around at me, definitely. Definitely, basically laying down the hammer. Definitely, like I said, I'm over 18. I'm a legal age to do whatever I am going to do, definitely. What I feel is best for me to do, definitely. So like I said, there's things called pronouns, guys. You have to respect. Definitely, there's a lot of people do have them. That kind of thing like that. So, thank you guys so much for tuning on in. And that. Just combing my hair back there before I go to bed, guys. Definitely. I was gonna decide to go Beagle tonight, but after this, but I figured no, I'd be up way too late. Even though I'm used to it being, it's not going to be the first time I was on there all night long. I'll tell you. But yeah, again, I still gotta get some sleep. But yeah, or I'd be just getting to sleep during the day, and then the phone would be ringing off the hook, totally ringing nonstop off the hook, and I'd be getting woken up. Definitely. That's what I said. So, thank you guys so much for tuning on in. Far as the TikToks disappearing acts that a lot of people like. I am not going to reveal how I do those, guys. Definitely. No filter was used. No disappearing filter was used, guys. Definitely. That was all done on my own. No assistance. No magical assistance. But when I, just so everybody knows, when I was in high school, guys, definitely I did take a professional drama, theater arts course, magical magicians course. Like I said, in high school, that's the only thing that I passed. That's the only thing I knew how to do. And I used to be so good at it, and that kind of stuff like that. Again, it's like band talent that left me a long time ago. That I had when I was in cadets, because since then I had a lot of injuries and that kind of stuff like that, that I was sharing for a bit. But yeah, I took a lot of falls. Well, I can't say took a lot of falls, but I had a lot of bullies. Definitely neighborhood bullies, and I used to get beaten up a lot, and I took a lot of injuries. Definitely a lot of concussions. Had a little bit of a loss, kind of what you call a long-term memory loss. Is slowly, it's therapying. I can't say that word. Slowly coming back to me, like stuff is slowly, or I'm starting to remember stuff slowly. And it's a painful process, definitely, because of flashbacks and that kind of stuff like that. But yes, it is getting again. It is getting stronger. It's starting to slowly develop back. Like I thought it permanently went out, but it didn't. Like even at the time they even said it permanently. They thought it permanently might have went out. My long-term memory did. But no, surprisingly, is starting to come back. Slowly but gradually, tiptoeing through the tulips. But yeah, because I'm starting to, instead of forgetting everything, starting to remember my childhood is kind of the start, definitely. But still, far as band talent goes, I've lost all that information in my long-term memory. Definitely. So I can't do it anymore like I used to be able to. We're having that kind of musical knowledge like I used to. But when I was in high school, the only thing that I did well before I close out was I when I was in high school, I did magical performing theater arts. Magical performing theater arts in high school. I never went to college and made a career out of it, got a job out of it. I was not that lucky. I just basically learned the little minor basic illusions to entertain my friends, that kind of stuff like that, and became a street mime clown, doing street magic, that kind of stuff like that, where, taught how to set up these illusions and how to disappear, how to reappear. And in those days, even if people had video cameras, they weren't on your iPhone and all like that. There was no digital filters, that kind of thing. And I wasn't even using any digital filter for that, definitely. Because with TikTok, normally there's filters for that. But when I was on TikTok, I was kind of doing the illusion trick with no filters. Definitely, the old way. Even though with the internet, because I didn't turn on the actual software filters, so it was real, definitely, real magical science and illusion, definitely. But I'm not going to tell you how I do that, guys. Definitely, because again, it's a talent I've had for years, definitely. And I don't ever want anybody copying that, definitely, because there is one guy that lives in town here. He does copy everybody. He does. He mimics and copies people, and people get so pissed off with it. And definitely, people are getting angry with him over it. And he doesn't understand on how badly he's pissing people off. Definitely. Because he's got to mimic everybody. That's why nobody wants to associate with him or hang out with him, because they falsely get put on the spot And he publicly humiliates them in public. Fucking embarrass it. He'll fucking embarrass you right in public. Definitely, it is like he's got to mimic everything you do, or he tries to look like people he knows. And I get so pissed off with that, totally, because he's done that to me several times, and it's annoyed the hell right out of me, totally. But deep down there, I know there's nothing you could do with people like that, definitely. But he never gets corrected. He never gets corrected on it. Even out of his community living staff, they don't ever sit him down and correct him over that. They see him do it, they don't correct him. They sit back and they laugh. They think it's funny. Because he's got to mimic everybody. He is a total fucking copycat. I'm not saying that to be mean, but he is. Definitely. And he's getting to the point, he's getting so bad, nobody ever will correct him on it. Definitely. Tell him, you can't be doing that. Definitely. And because of some of the some of the magic illusions that I share, I definitely don't want anybody tempting those, because it is linked to even when I was in high school, I was taught a little Wiccan as well. So it is tied into with a lot of what you call Wiccan and satanical arts. So this is why I said I don't ever want anybody trying anything like that. Definitely. The only way I used to do that a lot when I was in high school, even when in public school, because it was part of the performance and theater arts classes. That we were taught. Our teacher was drama teacher was actually was an actual Wiccan and magician that taught it, and he said that will become your talent, but he said don't ever reveal how it's done, but be careful, because he said it is tied into a satanic illusion type of arts. Definitely Wiccan arts or Wiccan magic, definitely. Is to definitely be careful with it, that it's can be still powerful. If anybody attempts to try to copy it, try to copy us when we perform it. So I'm basically the only one from those classes, and other kids that were in those classes with me, we're the only ones that can perform that. Definitely. Or anybody that's went through college or university and are in the career end of it, are allowed to show you that, display that kind of trick. But like I said, that trick is never to be. It's not a toy. It's never to be used. It is basically for education and TikTok, like on TikTok, and then I share the video over, more or less for entertainment. And during COVID times that we're in today, with people being stuck at home and bored or whatever, it really shocks the socks off them to see something like that. So it cheers them up, definitely. But also, it is a type of a satanic trick that can backfire on anybody if it's not done right. So, like I said, guys, this is why I said, do not copy. Don't try to be me. Do not copy me. I've been saying that since day one. Because some of the stuff that I'm into or been taught growing up, even comes down to some of those stunts or illusion tricks that I share. I'm only sharing it to educate, to entertain you guys on TikTok, definitely, which is okay because it's behind a video screen. If it comes down to a real life stage, then a college, and then it goes up to a college graduate magician, which that will do it publicly on a public stage. but yes, I was taught the same thing he would have been taught, but at a public high school level, more or less, where he or she's gone up further from high school. I went through college and university, and actually came into a career of it. I know there was a couple girls in that class with us that was taught the same thing, and they actually went up through college and actually went into it to make money, to be a career. And they were taught how to perform the same trick I was taught. Definitely. And they use it all the time. And every time at the beginning of each of their shows, they will tell the audience, do not ever copy what they see on that stage. Definitely, because it is linked to satanicism. That the trick alone is. Definitely. And it can be very dangerous because it's an occultive trick. Definitely. What it means by occult trick, magic trick, it is a black satanic or witch trick. You can say spell or whatever, but I can't really see it being a spell. It is done quick and fast. Definitely. And many things can happen while performing that kind of a trick. Your spirit halfway through that trick can actually leave your body for 15 to 24 seconds and then jump back into you. This is why I said, because one of my brother-in-laws was asking me how that was ever done. This is why even my wife said that to me. She was saying her mother was asking it. This is another thing why I cannot go into detail and explain how it is done. I know how it is done, but there is warning labels on it. Definitely. This is why I don't like people having to do everything I do or try to copy me, because ever since my childhood, even before my cadet days, I even knew how to do that. I could have entertained my fellow cadets that way too if I wanted to, but because they were more focusing on youth development, military training, that kind of stuff like that. I had gotten away from it, but that kind of stuff like that. But and even when I was in cadets, that's when I was even in high school taking the magical magicians courses. Definitely. In my spare time. Definitely. So I was technically locking myself in trunks, making myself disappear, everything else like that. I was getting so good at it. And it's the only course that I ever passed in high school. Definitely. I got an A on that one. Definitely. Anything else? No. Flunked. Definitely. Because magician's magical arts is a little bit like, I don't want to put it this way. If you want to compare it to a religion, it's the easiest fucking course in high school or public school, but it's not so easy. It's funny because it's not so easy when you get to college, university level. It gets harder when you go further up the ladder, and you're going into a big career of it, where you're going to do it all the time, and you're doing it to make money. Definitely, I didn't want to go and do it to make money. That wasn't me. I stopped at the high school level of it, definitely. But there was a couple girls in my class that went further up, and today they are big time magicians, illusionists, and they do that trick just like I did, but from a public stage, with real live audiences, and they're really awesome and quick and good at it. Definitely. Like I said, that they would actually shock the trousers right off you. Definitely. On how quick and fast and how sneaky at it they are. That's the number one key, is learning to be fast, sneaky, and not seen. Definitely. That's all I can say. It's done quick and fast. But there's risks involved in it, because the fact it is wicked magic, and can be dangerous. There's the education part of it. because it is, especially when it's done now, because we're in like what you call computer generation times or technology. And it's done with no filters, and especially when they're on stage, they got no filters either. It's all done quick and fast in the dark, everything else like that. 1 minute you come to the light, then you go to the dark. But when you go to the dark, the model of it all is the example of it all, or the pronoun of it all, if you want to put it that way. When you go from the light to the dark is where it can get dangerous, because when you disappear into the dark, definitely it's the darkness can actually separate your spiritual soul inside you for 13 to 15 to 24 hours to almost 24 seconds, and leave your body and levitate in the room, and move around, and then when you go to repair yourself, or you go through a scientific cycle, that spirit can jump back into you, or it can permanently leave you. This is why I said it can be very dangerous. This is why I said that. This is why I said it's a very what you call very dangerous trick to ever pull. It's like I said, it's even our teacher explained this when I was a kid, definitely. And he said that basically the kids that were in his drama class, we were the only ones in that class that's ever authorized to do that trick. Definitely. They said, don't let it, like, if you share that, like he said, we came into a technology, a generation with computers, or there was going to be, because they knew social media was coming, and you showed that on social media, he said, that's fine. But he said, don't let anybody else copy that trick, because they could kill themselves very instantly. Because again, there's a transformation, that spiritual transformation that can happen. When you perform a trick like that, scientifically cycling from the light to the darkness and then back to the light, it can actually separate your soul, or separate your spirit, and it can do anything. Once it's out of you, it can do it, illusionally. It can do anything. It can choose to come out of you, float around the room, hover around the room for 15 to 30 seconds while you're going through that trick, quickly going through that trick. And then when you turn back, when you're ready to reappear in the light, the light will direct the spirit back into you, or the spirit can go the opposite way, say "fuck you," and then boom, nighty night. You're going down a hole. This is why I said, guys, it's what they call satanic evolution of science. This is why I said it's one of those magic illusions that should never ever be copied by anybody else. Just the people that I went to school with, and it was taught to me, and I was taught how to do it right. But yes, it's scary on me too as well. But yeah, that basically the fact that you're risking your own self, more or less. Because you never know which way the trick is going to go. When you're dealing with an inner spirit, definitely, and being as spiritual as I am, definitely, that spirit can say "fuck you" and go its own way. Definitely, it's a thing called, even in the spiritual world, it's a thing called, the right to agree to disagree. I always love that termination, definitely. But yeah, this is why I said so. Like I said, that's why I said I'm a very spiritual, special type person. Always has been since I was a kid. And when I was in high school, I was taught how to do it right, more or less. And I was told by my teacher, if we ever went up into, the ones that went up into college or university and made a career out of it, it is a good career, or even if we just kept the talent for it, and the time and generation came for social media, and you're doing it without digital software and filters. um, just make sure that when you're using it for education, or to more or less to entertain, that kind of stuff like that on social media. um, Make sure that people are watching, that they're aware that they're not to ever copy you. Definitely, because it may not work for everybody. That's the dangerous part of it. um, Definitely. It works for me, but yes, one day, yes. Like he said, yes. I'm taught how to do the trick quickly, fast, sneaky. But when it comes down to let your spirit out, it can be a hell of a lot sneakier than you one day. Definitely. That's all he said, was to be cautious of. Definitely. And he was a real live wicked magician. Definitely. He was teaching us this in high school, in magical performing arts, and it was the only course it was the only course that I passed. Yay, yay, yay. um I couldn't even pass a simple freaking exam to get in the military, or the police force. Uh, but I can pass. I can pass satanical magical illusion arts class. I tell you, that there was got to be the easiest course to ever take. Um, Definitely, or making myself disappear and reappear. Definitely. But yeah, so those guys, there's a bit of the do's and the don'ts, definitely. But yes, I'm not going to get into too much detail about it, because even we were taught in magical performing arts theater course in high school. We were taught the laws and the rules of Merlin, definitely, the Code of Merlin, that they call it. And as mime magicians on the street corners, we got a chance. The people use the streets of Toronto. They used to love it, and it was done at night. Definitely, on the public streets. Definitely, they all got a kick out of it. Um, it is totally, because we used to go as a group all the time, and we used to travel around. So like I said, we had our own bus, everything else like that. We had our own driver, we had our own bus. We traveled on, and that kind of stuff. That it kind of shocked a lot of people. Definitely, be based on us high school kids, on how young we were, and at the same time too, I was in Army cadets and Air cadets. But yeah. So yeah, when I left high school, I never had the opportunity to go to college or university to follow it as a full career, as a business or an actual job career. Definitely. I just do it now just based on hobby. That's it. But still, like my teacher used to say, even if you do it, just keep doing it as a hobby. That's good enough. But make sure people do not ever copy you, is what he always told us, because he pre-warned us the dangers of some of those illusions that he taught us. He taught us a lot more than that, but I kind of that's the only one I really wanted to share, definitely. Because the other ones, yes, again, if my equipment didn't get destroyed in my mom's basement when it did, after I moved out on my own, and I didn't get it back, it got ruined, wrecked. I didn't want it back, and that kind of stuff like that, because I had my own equipment for that kind of stuff too as well, and I was able to just barely pull off this illusion. Without my equipment, because it got water damaged or whatever. And then she moved over to the apartment buildings, and then she took it from there, put it in her locker room shed. It got mildewed, mildewed, and what was it, racked. So it wasn't all good. So when after my mom died, it got thrown out. My aunt, I guess, before Paula got down there, my older sister, my aunt threw it out. Definitely. There goes my good magic boxes, and it had my Celtic name written right on it, the Gypsy Rover. I tell you, but so now you know how I get my name, how I get that nickname, anyways. Since I was a kid, my Celtic name, even going back to Camp Northern Lights as a kid. I tell you, I was full of surprises and tricks when I was a kid. I tell you, I was really good at it, definitely. That kind of stuff like that. But that was basic. Out of everything in this world, that's the only thing I've ever mastered, definitely. You know, that kind of stuff like that. That kind of stuff like that. But yeah. I've been through a lot when I was in Army Cadets, and that kind of stuff like that I was good at. And the band end of the Army Cadets, the pipe band, I was good at. But again, like I said, I lost the talent for it a long time ago because I was also I was in a lot. I was also playing high school football, and I took a lot of injuries, that kind of stuff like that, and also having dealing with bullies and that kind of stuff. I used to get beaten up all the time. I took concussions after concussions, definitely, and then I started losing my long-term memory where you rely on to remember, you know, how to play the instrument, the notes, the timing, you know, to play the scale. Like I ended up with only what you call a 5-minute memory, 5-second memory, and then poof, I'd forget everything. That kind of stuff like that. So. Yeah, and then coming back here, you know, thinking, yeah, I can do it again. No, I gave myself a good kick in the ass. I couldn't remember squat on how to do anything I used to be good at when it came down to musical instruments, because all that talent left me due to those injuries, definitely. And I was not expecting that, definitely. Basically, I was just even testing myself. No, it was getting too painful, definitely, for me to try to pick it up again. Because in most cases, yes, it comes back to people, but with me, no, there's no chance of it coming back to me. Definitely, that part of my memory, anyways, because of all the injuries I had and that kind of stuff like that. You know, basically, the only thing that ever stayed with me was the magical illusion thing. Definitely, that is the only thing that would stay with me. But yeah, I have done it. Yes, I have. When I was in high school and I was being taught that was the easiest course to take. I passed that, no problem. And I really did better at that than I did at Army Cadets. Definitely, because I was at the time I was going through public school, Army Cadets, and Air Cadets all through high school, all through public school, high school. That's what I was into. Definitely. It was quite interesting. And then my high school teacher, when second year in high school, when I was going through it, going through high school, that's when he gave us the instructions on the magic illusion trick, and told us don't let people ever copy you, that kind of stuff like that, because you're just going to put themselves in danger, more or less, if they try to copy it, because of what really happens when you transition from the light to the dark and then transition back to the light. It's very dangerous on your inner soul. It's dangerous on your inner spirit, or can be. Because your spirit does leave you, separates from the physical body for 15 seconds or sometimes or longer to 24 hours before the trick comes back around. I was lucky that was only a 15-second jump out and jump in, to disappear and reappear, more or less. But like I said, guys, it's That's where the warning label is on that guys. It can be very dangerous. So that, like I said, this very educational part of it. That's when he told us it is linked to what you call to a satanical science and evolution, magical illusion. Definitely, it's been studied, it's been proven. But sharing it on social media, I was risking myself totally, and definitely. But yeah, so that's what he said. Like he always said, even if I was like the girls in my class, and I went up to college or university, and came out as a career of it, which I would have loved. And doing it to make money like they did, yeah, I'd be way bigger at it. Totally, I'd be a total bigger name than I am now. Totally, but yeah, like right now, it's just a hobby, that kind of stuff like that, and I'm not gonna do too much of that. Definitely, you won't see me do too much of that, guys. Definitely, because on how much of a risk it is, because every time you do that, every time you do that illusion trick, you're giving your spirit 15 seconds to leave your body and then enter back into your body as you're doing the trick. And in some cases, your spirit can, once it gets out, it can decide if it wants to allow you to reappear or not. It can say adios you, and your spirit, it flies free. Totally, it can do that. This is why I always say. This is why I always tell people, do not copy me. Don't try to be me, because there's things that I'm into, things that I do. At times, basically, let's put it this way: at times, I can be a very dangerous motherfucker at these things. I'm what you call a stunt devil. And that, because I'm not afraid to take risks. Definitely. I'm not afraid of anything. I'm aware if anything backfires on me, it don't bother anybody else. But if somebody else was to try to copy me and it backfires, that ends up being a targeted problem at me, and I don't need that. So that's why. So I'm publicly saying to people, when you see my talents like that, or even talents or pronouns, do not copy them. Do not try to be me. Do not copy me. Do not copy me. Definitely, there's a reason for it. There's a safety reason for it. If I get injured or something happens to me doing those illusion tricks, that's different. There's no liability. But if someone else is copying me and something happens because they don't know what they're doing, because they're copying something that they see me do, there's a liability that kicks in. Definitely. So like I said, so if I'm publicly telling you now, don't copy me, and you are dumb enough to go do it, then automatically you're the only one, or whoever your next of kin is, if something happens to you, is the only one that is going to take the fault for that, because I am publicly saying in a public video, do not copy me. Definitely, or my pronouns, or what you see in my videos. Definitely. So that way my ass is covered. Definitely. So that is totally a public notice right there. Definitely. Because I've been doing that trick since high school. And definitely, and I was pre-taught the right way to do it, and what can happen if it's not done right, and what you spiritually experience and what you go through when you illusionally, science and evolutionally pull off a trick like that, and what kind of trick that is, and what it's connected to, more or less, what really happens during that time you've disappeared and reappeared to the light. What actually comes out of you, what spiritually really leaves you, and could actually permanently, well, what they say is trap you in a total between worlds. That is true. Paranormally, it is true. It's a paranormal illusion, magical trick. You can be lost and trapped between worlds because your spirit, everybody's spirit's different. It can refuse to return to your body. Definitely. At any point in time. I'm just grateful and thankful mine didn't do that. But like I said, in some cases, there's been even paid people that went up, that made it up there from my high school classes, that went up to be the bigger names. That have some of them are still today, but there was ones that went that high up that when doing that trick, it killed them because the spirit had left too long, definitely, and took too long to return, and definitely to actually reappear you the light. It is actually a transition. It's actually what it is. It is a spiritual, magical transition trick, magic trick that I'm actually doing, and can be dangerous if it's not done right. Totally, because your body, you literally separate your spirit soul from your body for so many seconds. And then it jumps right back into you, or if it wants to, or at times it don't even bother. And if the trick fails or it's not done right, and that spirit does not return to you by the time your reappearance to the light, then basically you're totally gone forever. Basically, you're dead. Technically, so that's why I said, guys, it's very dangerous to ever try to attempt, guys. That's why now I don't do too much of it. I did a lot of that in high school. When I was a street mime magician actor, definitely, because I was really smart. I knew what I was doing. Definitely, I always know what I'm doing, but like I said, even us people that know what we're doing, that were taught the right way to do it and knowing what we're doing, one day, yeah, we could perform that on request, and one day, yes, it's going to kill us. Definitely, because it's your spirit's choice if it is wants to get back into your body to reappear you to the light, to transition you to the light, back to the light, to make you reappear, or you don't reappear at all. All the religious people say, "Yay, it's rapture." No, it ain't no rapture. I wish you could call it that. Definitely. But yeah, like some of these religious people wouldn't even know the rapture from a roll of toilet paper. Definitely. But yeah, but yes, it is, guys. It is a very shocking, scary illusion. Definitely. It takes a lot of quick thinking, a lot of quick alertness, a lot of quietness in the background, because any electronical device can intercept with your spirit, transitioning the trick, coming in and out of you. Definitely. That's why the room supposed to be thoroughly quiet when it's done. That's the main risk of it all. Definitely. But yes, this is guys. This is the only time I've ever show it to you guys. I'm not going to show you that too much like I used to in high school, because every time I do that trick, guys, it gets scarier and scarier. That there's a high chance that yes, I'm not going to reappear. I'm not going to come back. Definitely. This is why I said, guys, don't request it way too much. Let's see this over and over and over and over again. Because you like it so well. That's great, you like it, but I have to be careful, definitely, because it is a very, like I said, guys, it is a very dangerous spiritual magical illusion, transformation illusion that you see really in front of you, with no computer filters, involved, definitely. There's no TikTok filters involved. That's called that even there's filters for it, but those filters were not coded in. I did not select no filters for that. That was really me doing it, for real. That's why I say, guys, it is very dangerous, guys. Definitely. That's why I said yes. It's interesting to watch. It's entertainable. But yeah, you don't want to see that too much, because one of these days, yes, it can even for us people that's taught how to do it the right way. Yes, one day the spirit is gonna get so used to being out. It's out of me. It may choose not to go back into me when it's ready to, and reappear me to the light, for the reappearance. Definitely. So that's why I don't do too much of that, definitely, anymore. Because on the fact, because yes, it can be very dangerous, and it's real. And it's really me performing that trick, definitely, because that's how I'm used to. That's how I was taught to do it. But yeah, and then I know there's people here who say, "Oh, let's see that again. Let's see that again. Let's see that again." That is not going to be a big what you call be a an ongoing everything day, doing everything every single day, because it is a type of thing that when your spirits gets used to leaving you, one day I'm afraid that I could be in the middle of that trek and my spirit's gonna really leave me for real, and it's not gonna wanna transition me back to reappearance. I could end up be gone forever. Definitely, there's warning labels on these illusions, guys. Definitely, they're not toys. Everybody thinks they're toys, or it's just like Hollywood. No, it isn't. It is what you call an illusion that Hollywood can't even have the equipment to pull off. They do, but it is something that they have to rely on technology for their end of it. But to see somebody that knows how to do it, like myself, from my high school days, that's used to doing it without no computer filters, like you've seen on TikTok, it was, and shared over to my Facebook, is a dangerous end of it, especially into the darkness and that kind of stuff like that. But yeah, because as you rotate, as you're doing the trick, and you're disappearing it from the light to the darkness and back to the light. In between that time, like I said, your spirit leaves your body for so many seconds and then rotates back into you. That's the idea of the trick, of the illusion. But yeah, one of these days we do it again. If my spirit gets way too used to doing that, then yes, one of these days it could permanently leave me, and may not transition to reappear me back to the light. Definitely. And that kind of stuff like that. And yes, it can actually get to the point it can go its own way. It can go either way. That's why I said it's got a mind of its own. Totally. This is why I always tell people that know me, please do not, whatever you see my pronouns or my talents. That's why I say, guys, do not ever copy that, please. Because I don't want you guys to try to copy me and thinking you're going to try to be me, and then something, and you do something to yourself. This is why I say stay safe, guys. Definitely. When it comes down to something like that, I took professional high school training with it. I know what I'm doing, definitely. But even with me knowing what I'm doing, there could come a time where yes, I can perform that trick again, and it will fail. That kind of stuff, because the spirit will want to stay out of once it leaves my body, it could take off anywhere, go its own fucking direction, and say fuck you, you're on the floor, you go into the ground. Definitely. This is I know I'm not trying not to joke like that, but that is the dangerous end of that illusion, definitely. And that is one of the biggest one I ever mastered in drama performing, drama theater, magical arts, definitely. But I never went into making any money at it, definitely. Especially knowing how to do those kind of illusions. No, I don't want to make money at that, because what are you going to pay me to commit suicide? Hey, no way. Most people get depressed. They do it for free. They don't need no government paycheck for that. No, this is what I say, guys. That again, like I know my sense of humor is getting loose too as well tonight. But yeah, but I just wanted to share to that one guy that lives here that does always mimics me and copies me. This is why I tell him, do not copy me. There's a reason for it. There's things that I do. There's stupid things. There's stupid talents that I have that I had since public school, even through my cadet days. I had, or stupid stunts I've ever pulled in my life that I share. Or sometimes for educational purposes, I react them. But I'm putting myself at risk. This is why I said I don't ever want people to ever copy me, because I in the process I have injured myself before. It never fails. I always do injure myself. And also doing that kind of a magical illusion I was taught in high school. When the fact that when I reappear and transition back to the light, to reappear on camera, that you see, I end up with migraine. I will end up because of what the spiritual transition I just went through. I end up with a terrible migraine headache, definitely. So that's how I know my spirit's been out of my body during that magical illusion. This is why I tell you guys, do not copy me when you see that kind of thing, or you see some of some of the kids I went to school with that went through college and university. Now they're big time paid names. I didn't want to be a big time paid name. I didn't want to go that far out into it. I only did like that the odd time for just as a hobby, that kind of stuff. I don't want to really make something like that into a career. I can, but I don't want to. Never wish to, because the fact that Loins, the guy that taught us it, has laid out on it, definitely. that the fact that it is connected to Wiccan satanical witchcraft, definitely, for that type of magical illusion. It's nice to see. It's interesting. But we are at risk when we do it, big time, physically and spiritually, because we never know when the spirit's going to return back into us in time. So to repair us back in from the darkness to the light. Because sometimes that spirit can choose to stay, or sometimes another thing that he pre-warned us that could happen, our original spirit can leave and another spirit can take over, can possess and automatically jump on in there. When we return back to the light, magically transition to the light, we can actually spiritually become somebody else. Definitely. Another spirit can jump on in there. Our original can permanently leave us, and another one can jump on into her, or the spirits could switch from transformation from one person to another. Like if Fran had been close to me while I was doing that trick, or my little dog. That's why when I was doing that's why I had told him not to come out here, because when I was doing that trick, because I know it's it needs proper space, or not have people here, because when I was doing that TikTok, I was doing it with no filter. That was real. I was really doing that. Spiritually, my spirit could have left me, went into Fran's could have jumped out of her or into me, or anybody that was sitting here in the room. Their spirit could leave them, and transformation from them to me. There's those risks, definitely, and spiritually involved, definitely. So this is why that the even the big names that I went to school with before they became big names. That's why when they have their stage set up, they keep the audience so many feet back, definitely, so that way nothing can jump from one person to another. Definitely, because your spirit does, it never fails. Your spirit does leave your body for 15 seconds or longer, or 60 seconds even. Sometimes it permanently will leave you, jump into somebody else, and somebody else will leave them and jump into you. That kind of those risks to take. This is why I said, this is why when I did that particular TikTok show, I said, nobody to be around me when I'm doing that, because I don't know which way the spirit is going to go, because your spirit will come back into you, or it will permanently leave you. Anything is capable of happening. This is why I even told the one guy that lives here. I'm not gonna mention his name, but yeah. And I've told my friends here, don't copy me. Don't mimic me. Don't copy me. Don't be like, don't do stuff that I do. Because I come from a total different background than most people. I was taught of this shit in public school and high school. Definitely. This is, and I know its risks. I know danger. I was always pretty aware of that. I was also taught board reading, that kind of stuff like that. I was even taught tarot card reading too. So like I said, guys, this is why I always tell people, do not copy me, but they don't seem to want to listen. This is why I tell my friends, I said, don't do stuff that you see me do, because it will harm you. This shit's real. Definitely. A lot of people don't understand that it can get very, very, very real if there's too many people around me. Definitely. If I'm doing a live stream or whatever, um, where like let's say if I'm illustrating some of these illusions or whatever, I prefer an empty room for the simple reason. So that's why I would not want to become a total paid big name, or go higher up, because I would not want to take a risk of a whole audience, um, publicly, which I have done before. With the Toronto streets and that kind of stuff like that. In my younger days, while I was going through high school, while I was taking a course, that kind of stuff like that. Um, you know, those are higher channels, or they call it higher risks for your spirit when you're doing the magical illusion trick, where your spirit can go. Definitely, once it's out of you, it has a mind of its own. It can go anywhere it wants to go. And someone else, and you can swap spirits very easily and not know it. This is why I tell my friends. I said, don't ever copy me. Don't copy my pronouns. Don't sit there and have to be like me, because not to be mean or anything. This is why I get angry, because some people don't seem to listen to the warning. Definitely, they've got too much of an arrogant side to them. Definitely. This is what I said, because I know what I really experience when I do that magical illusion, and after I'm done it, boom, right when my spirit jumps right back into me, I end up with a migraine fucking headache. I always did. After doing that, that's the only time I ever get a migraine headache. Definitely. After performing that kind of a trick, definitely. I was always like that when I was in high school too. Actually taking a course, and we did it before the actual high school. Definitely. And after it was completed, I remember even passing out on the stage. I actually split my chin open. Definitely, because I had because my spirit had left me longer than it should have when it transitioned me back while I was going through performing the magical illusion. It stayed out for exact timing of 16 seconds and 24 minutes. Definitely, before it returned back into me, to bring me back into the light illusion. And before I blacked out, right when it jumped right back into me. Just like during a blackout when hydro all of a sudden comes back on, poof. It jumped right back into me. I passed out. Totally. I passed out on the stage, right on the stage, and split my chin right open and had to get 3 stitches. That's where I got the scar from. This is why I say, guys, it's dealing with the spiritual world. Definitely, when you're doing those magical illusions, this is why I even before I did the trick before high school, the first thing that our class said: do not copy us. Definitely, we made that clear, because what we were being taught can be very dangerous, of a trick or illusion. Definitely, because when the spirit magically returns you to the light and it's ready to jump back into you, it stays out longer than it should. Yes, it's going to knock you out. It's gonna probably knock you into a coma for a few days, and then you come through it. Or some people never come through it. But like I said, guys, it is this is what I used to do in public school and high school. This is what I used to do. Definitely, I was going into my high school days and public school days, even when I was in scouts, cadets. I actually got a scout badge for it, idiots. That was an insult, because I performed in front of my scout troops, performed in front of my public school in grade 7 and 8, because I was taking it all through public school. I was taking it through high school, even before high school. And I grew up in a city high school. And how many times have I left my body and came back in, and outcome of it all, boom, I passed out on the floor. Blacked out on the floor. Well, in public school, I didn't split anything open. But high school, definitely, it was the strongest ever when I performed that. And I fell totally thump, fell right on a wood stage floor and cut and split my chin right open. Definitely. I had fun explaining that to my doctor, and I had a South African doctor. He understood, and he said, well, how did you do that? Sorry, but that's when I had to explain to him that in high school, as a hobby, I was a magician. And he was teasing me. He says, well, then he says, I don't have to stitch you up. You just twitch your nose like Samantha and stitch yourself up. I'm like, you smart ass, Alec. He was teasing me though, but then he stitched me up. And I was explaining the tricks, magic illusions we do, and he says, shit, that's dangerous shit. I said, yeah, he understood because he was South African nationality. But this is why I said, guys, anything like that will knock you right off your feet when you're least expecting it. With that kind of a magical illusion, definitely. I'm just lucky. It's just lucky that it worked out this time, definitely, because most times that I ever done that, even in high school, I ended up on the floor, knocked out, and not even remember what happened. Definitely. It shows you how spiritual it is, definitely, of an illusion. No, I don't want anybody to go around and start rumors saying I'm an alien or whatever. No, nothing like that. Don't think that. But yes, like I said, we were properly taught, and yes, those, like I said, those are our risks. Even those, the same thing, guys, with the like I said, before they became big names. That was in my class. That I went through it with before they became big names. A couple times, some of them, when they went through a college, university, became big names. Yes, some of them have survived those tricks over and over again, and have successfully attempted to keep doing them, and that. But on the long run, when they reappear back and transition back to the light, something always happens spiritually. They get exhausted very quickly. They black out. Or sometimes they take a heart attack very quickly. Those are risks that they're willing to take to entertain you with. So this is why our teacher says don't ever let people copy you. Definitely. Like I just do it as a hobby. Definitely, because that's always the way I was in public school and high school. It was a hobby to me because that's what I enjoy doing. But I'm just taking it, just let you know, like he told me, is that if you guys ever see me do those, share my talents like that, I always have to put out a no copy policy. Definitely, basically, do not copy what you see me do. Definitely don't try to be me, because yes, from doing that magical illusion, I banged myself up, everything else like that, a couple times. It never caused me to take a heart attack. I'm grateful for that. But it all depends. It all depends on the length of time that the spirit has left your body for the disappearing part of it. And then jumps back when it's ready to return back into you to bring you back to the transition of the light. It chooses basically what it does its own thing. And if it stays out too long, then it should, or it totally decides it's going to take off. then you consider yourself a goner. Totally. You groundhog food. You're going down the hole. That's the danger part of it. Gentlemen, I'm glad it didn't backfire on me, because it in most cases it will. 10 to 1 if it's not done right. Even sometimes if it's done right, things will happen. Things will happen to you. Mostly the worst that can happen to you is an injury. 9, 10, maybe the odd few it might kill. It's like I said, it is, but again, it is one of those things you really have to be really careful. Definitely. That's why I always tell people who, it's just a hobby, entertainment, or a hobby of mine, that talent that I have. A talent, yes, I've done for years, and I was so good at, definitely, that kind of stuff like that. So seeing that kind of real, and I don't want too much requests for it, please, definitely, because every time I do it, guys, you don't realize how much risk I get put at for it, definitely. Or how much danger I'm putting in, how much danger I'm bringing to myself, definitely. When I was in high school being taught it, I thought it was cool. I thought it was awesome. But when I started, coming back, reappearing to the light, and I knew the spirit had jumped back into me, I find myself in the weirdest spots of the building, definitely, because your spirit, when it gets out of you, it moves around. So when it's ready to transition you back to the light, you're not always going to be in the same spot from when you started the magical illusion. You could I could have ended up anywhere. This time around, I'm shocked I didn't. I'm surprised I didn't end up doing the magical illusion, and then all of a sudden, here I am waking up out in the parking lot. Definitely, or the snowbank. Definitely, because your spirit leaves your body, physically does, or out in the hallway, or on the stairwell. This is why I said, guys, it's one of those magical illusions I don't ever want anybody trying, and that kind of stuff like that. It's the kind of thing that's used to me. So it goes. So again, at first, when I started those courses in public school or high school, it wasn't so easy for me to do at first, but I got used to it. I got used to doing a lot of it. And my spirit got used to jumping in and out of my body, and that kind of stuff like that. That's why I be careful when I go into a heavy, deep sleep, because the fact that yes, I am actually since my high school and public school, since my public school, because I had that kind of talent since my public school days or high school days. I was basically deemed by my school as being a magician, because of my talents. Definitely. You don't even have to. You don't even have to be a paid ordained thingy. It is just a hobby. It just means I can't charge money for it, and make money off of it until you go to college and that kind of stuff to get a business career out of it. But as a hobby, I used to make my own boxes. They got destroyed. And it had my Celtic name right on the side of it. Definitely. And this is why they call me the Gypsy Rover, guys, because definitely all through high school, doing that kind of magical illusion, and I end up in the weirdest places. I freaked out my community living teacher. Definitely, because she didn't know how I ended up in the back of her car when she was going home. After performing for the high school a couple times. Definitely from drama class. She says, well, obviously magical theater arts is done. She says, I guess I'm driving you home. You're home. She used to tease me because all of a sudden I would poof, wake up in the back of her car. This is why I said, guys, when I like I said, when I pull that magical trick, anything's possible or freaky going to happen, definitely, because your spirit does leave your body. And she was watching us perform for the high school too as well. She says, oh, she says that was great. She said the freaky stuff. She said, I don't even know how you do that. And that kind of stuff like that. And oh, I tell you, that there, I freaked her the fuck out. Totally freaked her the fuck out. That was funny. Definitely. She almost had a heart attack. Definitely. This is why I said, guys, with my talents, guys, that's what I said. Whatever I share on here, my talents are my talents. Definitely with that. Do not copy it, please. Don't. Because spiritually, everybody's spirit's different. It acts up differently. It does different things. It can cause things to happen. You can end up in the weirdest places. You possibly, it can put you in the ground. Everything. It can kill you. You can survive it. That kind of thing like that. Your spirit can stay out of you too long. You could pass out, you could black out, you could split your chin open, you could black out. You could get spiritually possessed. Those are risks that I've taken for years. Definitely doing that kind of trick. I know my one brother-in-law says, "Holy shit!" It was asking my wife, and my mother-in-law was asking my wife, "How the fuck did he do that?" Definitely. I can't even pull it off. Even Hollywood can't pull that shit off. Definitely. With all the technology they have, and that's done without tech. That's me doing it without technology. Definitely. With no filters. So, normally when we did it for the high school, yes, we had a cast and crew. But during these days, I was shocked that I was able to I just barely pull it off from at home here. Definitely. With no cast and crew. Definitely. But yes, guys, don't request me to do that too much. Because like I said, there's spiritual risks involved in that. And definitely, and there's high risks of anything spiritually capable of happening. Definitely. Even in high school, there's been lots of times I ended up in the hospital from pulling that trick. Definitely. I didn't need an ambulance. Oh, one day I just woke up in a hospital bed. No ambulance involved. Not even called. Poof. Wiki. This is why I said, guys, don't copy me. Definitely. Because what it is your spirit does leave your body. When you do the magical illusion, because it is like my drama teacher told me, it is Wiccan witchcraft, satanical magic. Definitely. And he said we do it as a hobby. He said, that's fine, or if you do it for any social media, if it ever comes out. That's what he said. He knew social media was coming. I don't know how. But he was the tentacle Wiccan witch that was teaching the class. Nowadays, yes, they work among us, everything else like that. And they're wonderful performing magicians that teaches these courses. But yes, he was an actual witch. And he said, I don't mind you doing it as a hobby. Or if you get good enough to go to college or university, and you take on a career of it, just make sure, even if doing it voluntarily as a hobby or whatever, just make sure that you're taught by a proper magician, like I was taught by him. to make sure you tell your friends, or even if you're doing that amongst friends or whatever, tell your friends never copy you. Or if you do it for any social media platform, and when they come out, definitely make sure you clearly publicly make an addressment after doing it or before, not to copy you, because the spiritual endangerment of it. Definitely, or what risks could happen are involved in it. Indefinitely, because like he explained, everybody's spirit is different. Everybody's different. When it comes down to their spirituality into things, it's always at different levels. That can definitely. Excuse me, it's getting hot in here already. Talking about this, definitely. But yeah, if you notice, you can tell from time to time, because it wasn't too long ago when I did that video, and I got a bit of laryngitis, definitely. But yeah, that's why I say, guys, I can end up in the weirdest spots. Definitely after successfully pulling off that trick. Definitely illusion. That's the big risk of it all. Definitely. I could just poof, I don't know, with no transportation, just poof, pop up anywhere. Definitely. This is why I said I'm surprised I didn't end up waking up outside in the parking lot. Passing out from doing, after I, transitioning, reappearing to light, and then pass out, and then all of a sudden wake up in the morning and I'm out in the parking lot. It has, like I said, with that kind of magical illusion, that part of it has never did that to me spiritually yet. But it has with some of the people in our class. Definitely, they even experienced the levitation of it all too, as well, and the transformation end of it all. They said they've ended up in the weirdest spots. Definitely. There was one guy in my class. He literally, he was going through the same course, and they were testing us because we were all performing it, because we were being tested on it. That when he spiritually transitioned back to light, he was like me. The spirit had left him too longer than me, blacked him out. I split my chin open. I ended up in the back of my teacher's car, out of nowhere. Woke up in the back of it. Definitely. And with him, when he performed it, he woke up in the cemetery across the road. Woke up from a bench. Definitely. This is why I say, guys, you guys really gotta, guys, that's why I say don't copy us. Definitely, even though we know what we're doing, we have definitely spiritually levitated and not known it, and transitioned from one spot to another, or waking up in the weirdest fucking spots. After the spirit jumps back indoors, and you don't even see yourself when you do disappear or levitate. Even if you don't reappear back in on the camera, sometimes all of a sudden you could pop up and reappear outside in the middle of the roadway or something like that. Or you don't reappear back at all. Definitely. This is what I said. It is. This is why I say, guys, don't copy my talents. Definitely. Like I said, there is a lot of risks involved. Totally. Behind it all, but that's why I said I used to do it as a hobby. I wanted to share that. But I guess I could say one time deal, guys. Definitely. Don't request me to keep doing it. Definitely, even though yes, I know what I'm doing. I'm really good at it. Definitely. But yes, I'm at many risks when we do that kind of a trick. We're at very many risks. Definitely. We have no clue where we're gonna reappear at. Where we gonna where we gonna how we're gonna reappear, where we're gonna reappear. Definitely, or if we're going to reappear at all. Those are the scary ends of the spiritual end of that trick. Definitely. Like I said, it's very, that's why I say to my friends here, don't try it. I know the one guy, he's got a physical disability, and I say, you know what? Don't try my talents. Don't try to be competitive. Don't do what I do. Don't do everything I do. This is why I'm not trying to be rude. It's a safety thing. It's a warning, safety, spiritual thing. Do not do what you see me do. Don't try to copy me. Don't go around being me. Definitely. Then the only reason why I get angry at him is because he's harming himself. Because I don't know what I'm doing. I took a professional course on it, and I'm putting my own self at risk. Definitely. And I was taught professionally in high school, in public school and high school. He wouldn't have. He's way younger. He wouldn't have been taught anything like that. Definitely. Because he just copies and says things because he repeats everything I say or mimics. This is why I say it is. This it angers me totally. My mother-in-law will know who I'm talking about. Definitely. This is why I always tell people, do not copy me whatsoever. Because some of the talented shit that I do is dangerous. It can be spiritually dangerous. Definitely. Because I was taught at a professional level, totally at that. And I only did it as a hobby. I didn't do it to make money. But some of the people in my class where I went to school in Peterborough, that kind of stuff like that, went further up, definitely, to be big, to be paid big names, definitely. Public, or what if you want to call them, public figures. So basically, I was sharing on what basic spiritually can happen. Right now it sounds kind of funny or comical, but when you're somebody like me that was taught how to do that trick and do it right, trust me, we have spiritually reappeared from doing the disappearing illusion and reappearing it towards the light of it, end of it all, and then blacking out and then levitating, that you don't see the levitation part, and ending up outside somewhere, or in some cases, some people don't reappear at all. They're gone. This is what I say, guys. It is very dangerous, definitely. This is what I said. But I was taught how to do it right, how to do it safely. But even though I was professionally taught, yes, I put myself all the time. I do that trick. I put myself at risk, definitely. And it is, I'm brave enough to do it. But the point is, it is very fucking scary. Definitely, knowing that your spirit is leaving your friggin' body could leave your body for 15 seconds or longer. Definitely before if it chooses to return back into you or not return back into you. Definitely. It's based on basically on the spirit's timing. Definitely. But this is why I'm glad it went as quick as it did. Definitely. it was a success. That I did in the TikTok that I did on in the TikTok filter TikTok video, but again, I did not use the disappearing filters. Definitely, I did not. I filmed that. It was me really doing it. It was not a digital filter, guys. Definitely. Like normally you can get, but yeah, but you have to buy those. Digital filters, but no, this was not a digital filter, guys. It was really me sharing real talent. Definitely. But yeah. So again, like I said, guys, after I like I said, I get a migraine headache after doing that. Totally. Yes, it's entertaining and it is shocking. But like I said, there's a lot of risks involved. And if you know spirituality, then you'll know what I'm talking about. Or if you're familiar with the paranormal or the supernatural, you will be familiar with what I'm explaining or sharing with you. Definitely. So automatically you will understand the spiritual movement of the habitation or levitation of it, and of its science. Definitely. But yeah. But yes, but like I said, guys, don't constantly keep saying, "Oh, we want to see this over. We want to see it over again. We want to see it over again. We want to see it over again. We want to see it over again." Don't do that, because on how powerful of a trick it is, and that yes, it can go either way. It can be a success. And like I said, you can cause me to wake up in the weirdest spots. I could pass out. I can injure myself. There's a risk of even killing myself doing that trick. Definitely. That's why I said don't keep requesting it, guys. Even though that I'm good at it, even though I was taught professionally how to do it, even the best will fall after so many times doing it. There's a high risk of it. This is why I say, guys, be careful. Definitely. When I share my talents and that kind of stuff like that. So then basically, guys, this is basically this kind of so basically it gives you a little idea how I earned the nickname of the Gypsy Rover. Definitely. As my Celtic name, and even going through when I was a kid, going through at Camp Northern Lights as a kid at the kids' summer camp, going through as a Celtic Gypsy warrior. I was even in public school doing those tricks, and we had time in our as summer camp, what you call talent shows, skit talent shows. I had shared that trick. We did it at night, and I shocked the shit out of a lot of people. Definitely. Definitely at Hunters, the best time I ever pulled that shocked my counselors was after I went through the Dark Haunted Hunter's Cabin Challenge, and we were at Hunter's Cabin, the real banded ghost haunted cabin, and I had disappeared into the dark the same way. And I had before the story started, I had blacked out, and I woke up on the lake in a canoe. They don't know what happened or how I did it. That's probably why I became a talented Gypsy warrior. But I always had my nickname, the Gypsy Rover, before then. They said, now we know why they call you the Gypsy Rover. They were shocked to say that. We don't even know how the hell you did that. I scared the shit right out of my counselors. Definitely. They took heart attacks. They were ready to call on it. They were ready to report me missing. but then all of a sudden here I am waking up out of a deep sleep out of nowhere in a canoe. That was tied up down at the dock. That's why I say, guys, this is why I said don't copy me, because like I said, after doing that trick, guys, I've reappeared. When the spirit jumps, when your spirituality or your spirit jumps back into you, I show up in the weirdest fucking places. Definitely. That is why I say, and it can be very freaky. Definitely. But yeah, knowing my brother-in-law, he's watching this, he's probably locking his fucking doors now, panicking. But no, I can't really. But that just explains how real it is, guys. Realistic it is, spiritually how it is. Definitely, what happens going through doing the trick. He'd be like, "Oh yeah, when karaoke starts back up, do it at Legion." No, I will not do it at the Legion. Definitely under respect. No, they won't go for that because even if they did to perform that kind of trick, yes, my spirit leaves my body, and boom, it comes right back into me. I could be. Poke my head out from behind a bar, or wake up on a pool table. But no, but I'm not drunk. They would think I was, but no. Just spiritually levitated. That's all. Not drunk. But yeah, without you even knowing it, because of the disappearing and the reappearing, definitely. Or the heavy transitioning spiritually into it. A lot of people won't understand that. Definitely. Only way you would understand that is if you understand the paranormal and the supernatural. Definitely. If you believe that is capable of happening. Like a lot of people didn't believe that Jesus could walk on water, but look what he did. Walked on freaking water. The only guy in history that ever did that. I'll tell you. And you know how many people he shocked? A lot of people. Today you go to try to walk on water. Guess what? You're gonna drown. There's a thing called gravity. It'll suck you under. You wouldn't want to be. Definitely wouldn't want to be that stupid to attempt that. I'll tell you. So yeah, I just wanted to share that, guys. Definitely. So again, guys, for the people that I know here, please listen up. And guys, you see my magical talents like that, spiritual magical talents, guys. Please do not copy me. I'm telling you this now. Please do not copy me, because you're gonna harm yourself. Definitely, because I know what I experienced all these years doing that, even in public school and high school, since I was a kid. And I'm just grateful to be here, to be able to share this talent with you. Like I said, because you never know what's going to happen. There is spiritual risks involved. There's injuries that happens to you. There is once the spirit levitates back into you and transition you to the light. And that kind of stuff like that. It can move you from one spot to another without you even realizing it or feeling it. Or realize this is even happening. You can appear in the weirdest places. Or you could totally disappear and not reappear at all. Definitely. Those are the spiritual risks and dangers of it all. Even though I went through public school and high school, I took a course on all this stuff. And I was taught how to do it right, that kind of stuff like that. I put myself at risk. This is why I say, guys, definitely. That's why I tell you guys, it's nice, it's educational to see, it's comical, it's entertainable, but you don't really, you're not the one that's really experiencing it. to feel what actually goes on inside you, and what actually comes out of you and comes back into you. Anything's possible to happening. Like if you don't do it right and you've got too many people around you, you can actually, spiritually transfer spirits and not know it. You can transition and transfer spirits from one person to another. That's why when I did it on social media, for safety purposes, I told a friend not to have anybody around me while I was doing the video. Definitely because I didn't know which way it could go. Because I'm familiar with my own spirituality, I know what risks could happen. Definitely because I've been doing this trick since public school and high school. I was taught properly how to do it. But back those days, just we were performing in other people. But leastly, what they did was they kept the first 3 rows empty. They would not let people sit in the first 3 rows close up to stage, close to the stage, for a reason. So spirits cannot transfer from the magician through to the other people, and definitely. So they kept the first 3-4 rows open, definitely, and they just filled up the back up to the balcony, for spiritual safety purposes, definitely. When we were being tested for that, going through that testing, and ending up in the weirdest places after disappearing and reappearing. We didn't always reappear back in the stadium, high school stadium or auditorium. We appeared in weird places, like out in the parking lot or out in the schoolyard. In our teacher's backseat of our teacher's cars, because we had spiritually levitated and not felt it. Something actually, when we disappeared, when we reappeared, we popped up anywhere, unexpectedly. When spiritually reappearing, it is very hard to explain. That's why I said it's one of those magical illusions. Very hard to explain how it's done. It is a real illusion. We had mastered it in high school, public school. That's the only thing I'm basically good at, definitely. But yeah, this is why I say I always say to my friends, and we even said it from the high school auditorium to the younger grades. We said, please do not ever when I was in high school, do not ever copy us. Don't. And I used to say the same thing, don't copy me. Because we're taught how to do it right. Even we're taught doing it right. We're even putting ourselves at risks, because some of us from doing the magical illusion have disappeared, reappeared. Some of us in our class that did it actually physically really did disappear, and did not their spirits left their body and did not reappear them, and nobody knows where their bodies went. There were no bodies found. They had actually really disappeared in thin air, out of nowhere. Scary crap, definitely. So that, like I said, guys, that kind of a trick is very risky, very spiritual risky. This is why I said to my friends, if you, like I always said, please. This is why I said, please do not copy me or copy what we were taught, what I was taught when I was in high school, and my classmates said the same thing. Because if you're not taught the arts of it, don't try it. Because everybody's spiritually different. Don't mimic it. Because things spiritually can happen to you. You can even kill your spirit can actually kill you off. Because your spirit really, really leaves your body and comes back into it. Definitely. While still being alive. Definitely. And plus, as it reappears you, It can reappear you in any location, anywhere. Not even in your own home city or town. You can reappear in some other town or city unknowingly, because the spirit levitates you when it leaves your body, and then jumps back into you, and you don't know how the hell you got there. That's probably what happened to the one guy. I wouldn't doubt it if he reappeared in the States somewhere. Oh my goodness, I hope not. Definitely, because we never knew till this day where the hell he went to. Definitely, because his spirit didn't reappear him back to the auditorium. Well, at least with us, we ended up in weird, strangest places, like our teachers in the back, waking up in the back seat of our teacher's car, or, or the other guy, spiritually disappeared and reappeared, but he reappeared in the freaking cemetery across the road on the park bench. I tell you, your spirit does stupid shit when it leaves your body, and it can stay out for too long. Definitely, the spiritual end of it. Or there was a couple times when I performed it, I blacked. I actually when I came back and transitioned back to the light, like I said, I blacked out. I ended up passing spiritually. I did actually passed out, and split my chin open, and because my spirit had jumped back into me, and reappeared me to the light. So, guys, you really do disappear. The experience of it, you really do disappear for a matter of so many seconds, and then, boom, you're back. Or you can reappear anywhere and not feel a thing. But yeah, this what shocks the magic end of it, or the talent end of it, what shocks a lot of people. Definitely. I can't say. I really can't say if I can really, again, because the guy, like I said, the teacher that taught us it was a wicked witch, and he even said it was a satanic magical illusion. That's why he said, it's our hobby that he's teaching us. And he said that like because I was taught properly how to do it. He said I gave me permission to do it if I ever want as a hobby, but I don't. That's why I don't do too much of it, because I know the danger of it. Definitely, I'm aware of the risks because I've experienced some of them. Definitely, the side effects from it, the after effects of it. But and same to the ones that went into it as a career as big names. Definitely, that was in our class. He said always make sure you tell your viewers, tell your friends, do not ever copy you. That's what he told us. And that's what I'm telling you guys. Do not copy my talents. Don't try to mimic me. That kind of stuff like that. Definitely for that guy that lives here. Definitely don't copy me. Definitely don't try to be me or do stuff that I do. Because like I said, I do stupid shit. I have since I was in high school and public school, and I was taught how to do that kind of stupid shit right. But like I said, one day, yes, it is a type of thing that yes, if you don't do it right, it's not done, performed right, it will backfire because everybody spiritually is different. It can move you from one location to another. And you don't even feel yourself levitate or float, or you don't see it because you do disappear for 15 to 60 seconds into thin air. Definitely. And then when your spirit's ready to jump back, it brings you back. You can reappear back in the same spot. Luckily, that happened this time around. Like I said, I have reappeared in different places. When I was in public school, high school, like I said, I reappeared instead of back in the auditorium. One time I reappeared back in the auditorium, I split my chin open. The next time I did it, after that, when we did it again for high school. I had reappeared, not back in the auditorium, but back in the backseat of my teacher's car, and like I said, freaked her out. And oh, my drama teacher, oh, he was laughing his ass off. Definitely. And the other guy was telling you about that reappeared in the cemetery on the park bench. Definitely, because your spirit leaves your body and you don't realize it, but it really does, in the experience of it. So basically, yes, with that kind of a magical illusion, it's an out of body experience, definitely spiritually. But yeah, and that other guy that we don't even know what alley he went to this day. Maybe he didn't do something right. He's maybe he, I don't know. Whatever happened to him, he actually did disappear. Really disappeared. We don't know if he ended up in another town or ended up in another state. Magically and spiritually, by reappearing, we don't know. What really happened, or did he? Or we always figured that the way we described it was he actually did disappear in mid thin air and was never seen again spiritually, because his spirit, like everything else doing that trick, left his body and did not return back into it, and he totally vanished permanently. This is why I said it is a very dangerous performance, guys. Definitely. This is why I say don't copy me, or what we were taught. Definitely. Even though we know what we're doing, we are aware of the risks of it all, the spiritual endangerment of it all. Like when I was at summer camp, I was also taking the public school level of it too as well. We were taught all these, different illusions, that kind of thing. And like I was at summer camp, like I told you, with Hunter's cabin with the canoe, definitely. And definitely, it was freaking the heck out of all my counselors, everything. I don't know if my counselors that I had would remember me anyways, or remember that. They will remember that, yes. But I don't know how many of those counselors that I had back in 1989 and 1990 at Camp Northern Lights, that may be on the internet now, even remember me. A lot of them, I've reconnected with them, but they can't place who I am right now. They remember. They said they remember my name, or my face, but they can't picture what year it was. Though I mean, they remember being my counselors, but they just can't themselves. They can't remember exactly what year. So maybe I'm bringing that back to memory, because I remember it was somewhere in 1989, and somewhere in 1990 and 1991. This was 2 years before I went into Army Cadets. Definitely. I was at Camp Northern Lights. Definitely. How about Bob Cajun? Directed by Reverend Father Bill Maloney. Definitely. He was the one that was behind the Hunter's Cabin legend. Oh, definitely. I remember that. Definitely. He's old enough. He'd remember me if he's still around today. I don't know any of my younger counselors if they remember me or not. They might. It's hard to say. I don't know if they're all floating around social media today or whatever. They might be, might not be. It's hard to say. They might be smart and not ever paid into a computer. But yeah, this was even before my times being out here. Definitely, but I just wanted to share that, guys. So guys, yeah, so that's all I can share on how that trick is done. Definitely, it is not a rigged. Just let you guys know, it's not a rigged or fake trick, guys. It is a real spiritual trick. Definitely, and dangerous one at that. I shit my pants every time I do that one. Definitely, always have, always will, because I have my doubts if I'm ever going to come reappear from that trick or not, from disappearing, or reappearing somewhere else. Definitely. That's what I said. That's why I always tell people, do not copy me, and I don't want to do too much of that trick. Definitely. Because I know its risks. I know its spiritual danger of it. Definitely. What was that? Did you guys see that? That was not my hand. I was brushing my hair like this. And there was something that came out of that couch. Did you guys just see that? I'm going to go back and watch this. This is why I said this is a very spiritual trick. These tricks are real. Definitely. I was just brushing my hair. And then I seen something pop out of there. No, Lily's not in here. Shit. I thought at first, holy shit, I thought it was Lily. Definitely, guys. I tell you now, definitely. There again, guys. Like, like I said, I told you I have magical talents. Definitely, since public school, high school, and I can freak a lot of people out. So, like I said, guys. This is what I said, guys. Please do not ever copy me. I think whatever it is, I thought that was Lily's head there for a minute. It was something. Definitely, flashed across the screen. I want to go back and watch that. Definitely. That was like a quick flash in and out. Definitely. But yeah. So guys, again, guys, yes, I do it as a hobby. But I'm not, again, the best thing to do is just like I said, don't keep requesting it, because there's people, yeah, they see something and say, oh, that's cool, and they pressure you to keep doing it. But this is what I was saying. It is a very powerful spiritual trick. It is real. Okay, it's not fake. It is a real spiritual illusion, guys, that does take place. That I've mastered in my public school, high school days. That I used to perform as a mime actor, magician, everything else like that, as a hobby. So again, like I said, guys, like I said, you guys are going to see magical shit, spiritual shit going on, definitely like that. This is why I said, guys, do not copy me. This is why I said, guys, because at times this can be very dangerous shit if it's not done right. Definitely. Especially when it's got a mind of its own. Especially if there's specials. It is like you guys are going to see a little bit of. You guys are going to see another illusion. You guys are going to see more illusions. Definitely. That one just come up on me expectedly. Definitely. You're probably going to see a couple more. Again, like I said, another one that I was taught, guys, is done with a special. You guys? I'm not going to give it again. I'm not going to give it away. It's a surprise. It's going to be a shocker. Again, any of my magical talents, guys, that you see me perform on here, guys, please do not copy me. Definitely, because I took a professional course in high school. And don't repeat what I'm saying for clout or trying to mimic me or mimic to what I'm saying, because you're not me. You don't know me. You don't know what I did in high school, what I did in public school, high school, what I did at summer camp, that kind of stuff like that, or my entire lifestyle that I'm sharing. Do not sit there and repeat everything that I say, and try to be me or try to copy me, because really top warning right now, that's going to anger me very quickly. And definitely, this is basically a slam the hammer down, putting the foot down, and stopping that crap. Definitely, like I said, I know this. I know my own entire lifestyle or my childhood history. You don't. You were not there. Definitely. So like I said, it is. I know my own pronouns. I know my own entire life story. Um, People, yes, they share for education, or share their hobbies or talents for education, um, or because the fact that people are stuck at home, and you know it gives you some share content, so it gives you something to watch. That's fine if you watch, but don't copy me. This is what I tell you: don't copy me. Um, if you see any magical spiritual illusions or magic going on, talents going on, definitely, guys, do not copy me. Or you hear any magical sounds in the background, um, do not copy me. Definitely, please. Um, and that's because I may even, like I said, I may even put my own self at risk. Definitely, because I know the powers of it. And again, I was taught how powerful it is, and what it's capable of doing. And I have seen what it is capable of doing. Definitely. Um, Even in my high school days, I know what we spiritually experienced. Everything from the disappearing to how we reappeared, in the weird places we ended up in. One guy not reappearing at all. Scares the shit right out of us every time we do this trick. Definitely. Um, or any of our illusions we were taught. Definitely. Um, well, like I just do this as a hobby. I never got into a career end of it, and I personally would not want to make money off this. Definitely. Some of the kids in our class did. In our theater, magical theater performing arts class, did went up to college, university, and came out as a business of it, to make money, to make a living. I only just kept it going as a hobby. Definitely. It's just part of me. Definitely. That is a hobby of mine. Definitely. Um, that's all. But yes, some people have had moved up, had kind of moved up the ladder. Definitely. Um, um, and that kind of stuff like that. It was too bad that my actual magic boxes that I used to have got wrecked totally. Um, then my mom's twin sister had to throw it out, because they were not. Again, they got wet because they mildewed in the basement, and then when she went before, when she went over to the apartment building, shoved them in a locker room. They got mildewed, worst, and everything else like that got wrecked. So my mom's twin sister, my aunt, the one that's still living, did apologize. She said, "Sorry, you could get those back," but she said, "I know that was part of you, but when my mom died and that kind of stuff like that, they had to be thrown out, because they got ruined, they got wrecked. Darn, they were good too. I had made them myself too, when I was also in woodshop too, because we were conversing from woodshop to making our stuff out of woodshop professionally in high school, in public school and high school. I didn't get my magic boxes until high school. my stand-up boxes and that kind of stuff like that, or the material to make it, because I was taking the course in high school, and we got to keep them afterwards, and then when I moved out on my own, I couldn't take them with me, and then my mom shoved them in the basement. They got ruined. They got water damage because her basement flooded. Definitely, and it had my name right on. It had my Celtic name right on it. It said the Gypsy Rover right on it. They were a nice white. Again, it was a nice white. They were painted green, green, white, and orange, and in gold, with black outline lettering. It said the Gypsy Rover, right down the side of it, down the side of them. Definitely. Have not been able to afford to buy materials to make a new set, but yeah, because like I said, it's always been a talent or a hobby that stayed with me. That's why I was able to pull this one video off, definitely. But yes, I'm aware of the spiritual end of what you call the spiritual. What you call the spiritual side effects from things of it all. Definitely. This is why I tell my friends, please do not copy me. That kind of stuff like that. We were taught, again, I wasn't taught any card tricks. We were taught basically just regular, we were taught the illusion stuff, because we got to pick what we wanted to, what department we wanted to learn in high school. Some people went just to learn the basic card tricks, and some people wanted to learn the spiritual illusion transformation. Stupid me, I wanted to go learn the wicked spiritual satanic spiritual transformation, disappearing or disappearing, reappearing spiritual satanic transitioning, magic acts. Definitely, that was taught by a real wicked witch. This is why I say, guys, it's freaky stuff. And that's why he sat us down. He said, "Don't let your friends copy you. Whatever you do." Because he even said to me, he said, "I could see you just doing it as a hobby, but that's okay." But he said, "Make sure you tell your friends, or if you do make kind of a private video out of it, or if you make, or if we get into a generation, he knew this social media shit was coming." And he said, if you ever do it on social media, make sure you tell your viewers never to try it. Make sure you tell your friends never to try it. Some of the things we experienced or seen, definitely scared the shit right out of us. Definitely. Yes, it's interesting, shocking. Even watching it, it gives you the chills. Definitely. And that, but it to a lot of people, they just see it as a magic illusion trick, but they don't really understand the spiritual connection to it, or what really happens when you do disappear. When you really do disappear, before you reappear, you can reappear anywhere. When your spirit comes back into you, and transition you back to the light. Anything is possible of happening. Definitely, there's spiritual risks involved, injuries. In some cases, the one guy, like I shared, officially vanished. And I don't know if he reappeared anywhere. If he did reappear, I have no idea where the hell he reappeared. Definitely not definitely back in our auditorium, or anywhere in our city or whatever. We don't even know where the hell he went to. He actually did vanish in thin air. This what scared the shit out of us spiritually. So those right there proves to you that exactly spiritually what can happen with that kind of illusion. if it's not even that, and we taught how to do it right. He must have honestly, if that happened, he must have did something wrong. He did something wrong. This is what I said, and then the one guy reappearing in the cemetery on the park bench. Oh my goodness, that was embarrassing. But yeah, or me at summer camp, because I was so happy about learning it, I shared that trick with my fellow campers around the campfire at Hunter's Cabin. Worst place ever to do it, to pull it off. And like I said, when spiritually I did reappear, I appeared down at the dock, waking up in a canoe, making my way up to the campfire pit, and I shocked the shit out of all my counselors and my fellow campers, totally, because they thought I actually vanished for real. I really did vanish in thin air, but then spiritually rotated back, transitioned back into the little bit of light from the campfire. It is, and they couldn't figure out how I did it. That kind of stuff. I don't even know how I do it myself. It's just a spiritual talent, definitely. If you want to put it that way, and it's pretty real, definitely. No, again, like I said, I did that video with no filter, definitely. There's special filters that you can download to help you disappear, that kind of stuff, like that, fake filters. But that wasn't done with a filter, guys. Definitely, that was me really doing that. Definitely, and this is very, very, very scary, guys. Definitely. It takes a lot of quietness, concentration, but it's almost like, well, it is a form of that kind of magical illusion. Is got a little bit of meditation tied to it, but there's risks, like I said, the spiritual risks and side effects to it, definitely. So that's why I tell my friends here, please do not ever copy me, definitely. That kind of stuff like that, because all I'm doing is just keeping you safe, because I know the risks of that, of any magical spiritual illusion tricks and how dangerous they can get. Because when I was in public school and high school, we were taught all this crap, definitely, and we were taught how to do it right, and we were pre-warned of any spiritual side effects that could occur from it. And being taught on theory on how spiritually you separate from your body while you're vanishing and disappearing, and then when your spirit is ready to reappear you to the light and transition you to light, you can come back in the same spot, or you can reappear anywhere basically in the world and not know it, or out in the parking lot even, or anywhere where you're least expecting it, because before you come back through, reappearing, transition to reappear, something could put you unconscious. You can wake up anywhere. When you come back through from it, or reappear from it, anything spiritually is possible. Like I said, some people don't reappear at all when they do it. Or if they do, not where they left off. Definitely. They can pop up, reappear anywhere when you're least expecting it, or they can they can permanently vanish in mid thin air. Definitely, those are risks. Those are true spiritual risks. or like me, like the what, like I had shared where I had where actually I had when spiritually I reappeared. Um, from the magical illusion, I had the spirit had jumped back into me too quickly, and I fell face first on the stage. This was when I was in high school, and I was going through the course, and I split my chin right open. Definitely. Um, so, like I said, guys, it is powerful stuff. It's paranormal, supernatural stuff. It's very powerful. Um, what we were taught, and also the scary part of it being taught by a Wiccan, authentic Wiccan magician, witch magician. Um, yes, men can be called witches. It is a pronoun. Um, it is. There is men or women. Doesn't matter what gender they are. Uh, it is a pronoun. They can identify as. They don't have to call themselves a warlock. They can identify as being called the witch if they're in a witch coven or if they're Wiccan. Um, even if they're even as a magician, they can be entitled as they can actually their pronouns can be magician witch, or Wiccan magician witch, like our teacher was. He was a male. Um, he was a witch, not a warlock. He was a witch. Um, and there's nothing wrong with that. Definitely, that was teaching the courses. Um, when I was in high school, he was an awesome guy, though. He was a total awesome guy. He had a good but the point is, he had a very good what you call a very good sense of humor. Definitely, that kind of stuff like that. But yeah, he taught us how to do things properly, everything else like that. Um, what signs to watch for, to really be cautious, and also teaching us to be safe while performing that kind of illusion, and then just making sure that our friends are not mimicking us, or if we do social media, because somehow he knew this it was coming out, and he said just want people never to copy you. So basically that's what I'm doing. Don't copy me and my talents. Definitely. um, Even in my pronouns, they're not your pronouns to share. Don't copy my pronouns. You should have your own pronouns. Definitely. Just don't repeat other people's pronouns that you hear. Definitely, because they're all different. They're all personal. Definitely. That's all I want to share on that one. And again, it is the individual's choice, all right, if they want to share the pronouns or not. Um, in generally, it's not it's not a have to. Um, that kind of stuff like that. But when it comes down to my talents, guys, like I say, guys, like I always say, don't copy me. For safety purposes, definitely don't mimic me for spiritual safety purposes. Definitely. Like I said, I've been doing this stuff I've been doing I did this illusion trick since public school, high school. Definitely. Um, you sorry, but you cannot be me. Definitely do not that means even my Celtic name, don't copy it. Definitely, which is the Gypsy Rover. Do not copy that. Definitely, because those are part of my pronouns since I was a child. Definitely. Um, that's what they talk about, is respecting somebody's pronouns. Definitely. And how they want to be addressed, or how they identify themselves. Um, and that kind of stuff like that. So this is why I said this is type video to really listen up with, guys. Definitely. Ugh. But yeah, thank you guys so much for tuning on in. I hope you guys learned a lot today. Definitely. Usually, I'm not really a big public speaker because sometimes I have a tendency to stutter too much. I do apologize. I can't help that. Um, it is. No, that was weird. But yeah, that kind of stuff like that. Probably true because my stuttering is probably getting bad from all the injuries I took and that kind of stuff. Is also too going through that kind of a magical illusion too as well, guys. Definitely. All my public school in my public school days, my high school days, definitely. Um, in magical theater arts classes and that kind of stuff. So yes, guys, I had taken professional courses on that. Definitely. That's why I say, guys, don't copy my talents. Definitely. It's not something that I would ever make a career out of or make money off of. It's just a hobby. But the fact that I am aware of, the spiritual end of it, and the what you call the spiritual side effects to it that could happen, and I've actually seen the side effects to it. What spiritually is capable of happening, definitely. The spiritual danger end of it. If it's not done right, or you're not taught properly, or you're not taught at all to do it. Definitely, like I have been, definitely. But yeah, so again, guys, like I said, guys, respect me, respect my pronouns, respect my talents. Don't copy, don't mimic. So, like I said, if any of my friends see this, show it to the guy that likes to mimic me because you all know who he is. Definitely. So you can hear this loud and clear. Definitely. It's a safety. It's a spiritual safety message. Definitely. Like I said, I've been doing this shit since public school, since high school. And there's times where I've even spiritually was at risk of not reappearing. Definitely myself. Something halfway through the levitation, or halfway through the disappearing, from the disappearing end of it, something going spiritually wrong. Totally. Those are risks I take doing that trick or doing the illusions, or like I said, when the spirit does come back into me and resurface, I can reappear anywhere, outside, anywhere, in weirdest places, totally, and not realized I've spiritually levitated from one location to another, without going out anywhere. This is why I say, guys. This is why I say respect my pronouns. Respect my hair. I'm not cutting it. Definitely. Like I said, but yes, that's why I said. So whatever you see, guys, even with other TikTokers, definitely whatever you see, even when it comes down to magical illusions or stunts you see done by any of us on there on social media, it's not for you guys to go trying it out, trying to go copy it, because you don't realize how dangerous it is, and you can injure yourself or you can kill yourself. Definitely, those are very high risks. Like I said, stay safe. You don't, be careful. Don't copy stuff you see. Definitely on there. Because you don't realize how dangerous it can be. Definitely, like when I do that spiritual illusion, I may even put myself at risk. Definitely, and I have, since public school, high school, since I was taking the courses and I performed for our schools. I even passed. When I reappeared and transitioned back to the light, from performing the trick. I passed out. I totally white. I blacked out and fell face. So it jumped into me too quickly, and I reappeared too quickly, and I was down on the. I was down on the. I had fell right off the stage onto the floor and split the chin open. Definitely. And it happened spiritually. It happened so quick. Definitely. Or like the time I scared my teacher. I didn't know from doing the magical illusion. I reappeared from the disappearing, vanishing illusion in the backseat of her car. I missed my school bus home, so she had to drive me home. Definitely. But yeah, and then the next day I had to go back to school and pick up my magic kit to take it home because it was mine. Handmade. Definitely my big magic boxes. I remember those things. I tell you, I love those things because I had my Celtic name right on it, and nice gold paint. But it's a shame it got wrecked. I had to go to garbage. So definitely, and ever since that I've never had the money to make any more. I'll tell you, it would have been nice if I was able to. Definitely, I would replace those, but I can't. Because they're actually expensive to get the material for. Back those days in high school, it was cheaper because I was in school. I was going through public school when I bought them because it was cheaper than to buy them. Definitely the material for it. Back those days, stuff that you could buy that stuff off. Back those days, up very cheap. And there was a local store in the city that I grew up in that you could buy stuff. Definitely. I had a paper too at the time. So that's how I was able to afford to buy bit by bit between paper pays. Definitely. For it. And then it fortunately got all destroyed in the flood. So in my mom's basement and that kind of stuff. So that would have been that was another big loss. And then it got thrown out when she passed away in 2017. That would have been cool to keep, but I'm not keeping it. I didn't want anything. Didn't want that back because it had to go to the garbage because my aunt had to throw it out. The one that's living in Peterborough had to throw it out because it was mildewed and wrecked. She said you wouldn't want it back. She even though when I was living out here, she actually emailed me and said, you don't want them back. They're mildewed. They're wrecked. Water damaged. I'm like, shit. Definitely now I gotta save my dough to buy material and make new ones. And they're not gonna come out to be the same. It's not gonna feel like the same. Definitely. But that's okay. Maybe bit by bit. Maybe I won't ever buy another set. It'd be nice if I ever can afford to buy another set, but no, I'm not. I'm not too worried about it. Definitely, that kind of stuff like that. But yeah, they would have been great now for live social media. Definitely, it would come in handy. Definitely, would have anyways. But yeah, if they had been in A1 shape, she said she would have drove them out to me here, definitely to Wyerton here. But yeah, but she said she did it. She said she looked them over and she said they were too wet. They were too wrecked, too water damaged and gone. They had to go to garbage. The wood was just like totally the everything was like everything started like totally. It was all full of mildew and like the woods were rotten from the wet water and that kind of stuff. You had to in the paint and the paint was starting to peel, and the varnish started. It started what the boxes were starting to rot away. To the point that they're not usable anymore. You can't put anybody in them. From when I first built them, and varnished them up in high school. When I was in high school, oh yeah, you could put systems in them, you could put somebody in them, and spin them around. Definitely, I always had fun doing that. Definitely, but yes, split them in half. Definitely. But those boxes got wrecked, definitely. And today they're very expensive. I looked them up online to buy a new set. The same much it would cost to buy a new set, too expensive. Definitely, it is. And I can't even afford the material to make another set. Definitely. I go right to town doing them, definitely. But yeah, that's a side of me my dad never got to know about me. Definitely. See what happens when he walked out of my life. You see how much shit he misses? Definitely. He misses out on. Um, definitely. um, he's probably kicking himself up the arse right about now. Definitely. But yes, they would have came in handy for social media. I would have been able to like blow people's socks right off their feet. Definitely. With those things. Definitely. Especially I had my Celtic name right down the side of it, the Gypsy Rover. Definitely. But yeah, they were, even though they sentimental value to me or whatever, but no, they weren't, like my aunt said, they weren't worth keeping anyways because they got wrecked. My mom was stupid enough to keep them in the freaking basement. If she had kept them upstairs in the living room like I told her, when she was alive, even if she moved and kept them in the freaking living room, they would have been fine. But no, she had to shove them in the fucking basement, and they got wrecked and ruined. And I tell you, and she knew that they were not replaceable. Definitely. Because I tell you, I mean, like when I was in public school, high school, I made some of them in public school, and then when I was in high school, I made the rest of them. Specifically, um, for magical theater performing arts classes in the drama department, definitely. I had I actually had I did have at that time I did have a wood shop tutor that would help me actually build them, and he actually did the paint job on them. Definitely, he was a very good artist, and he did the paint job on them for me because he knew I couldn't draw. I wasn't well. I can draw, but I'm not good at it. He did an awesome um, artistry to it. Definitely, it was nice. It was nice. It stood out. It was nice and shiny. Even when I was in high school, it was nice and shiny. I tell you, you see right in the dark, glow in the dark. My Gypsy Rover in gold and black, Celtic name on the side of it, was in glow in the dark paint. So same with the green in behind of it. It shone right, sparkly shone in the dark. Definitely under in the high school auditorium and that kind of stuff like that. And I miss those days definitely. But yeah, like I said, I was in Army Cadets, Air Cadets at the same time too as well. But when I was in public school, yes, in grade 7, grade 8, I took it. I took it even once since the time I started in public school. Definitely in drama class, we were being taught all that theory, everything else like that, of it all. And then when I got to grade 6, grade 7, that's when I started making my own boxes and that kind of stuff like that. But all the way since grade 2, I was taught these magical illusions and that kind of stuff. Different teachers, not the same guy, but different ones. But I didn't meet up till the rich guy to high school. But there was another magician like him that used to teach public school. Definitely. this is what I said. But the box, my fancy boxes didn't come in until high school, till grade 9, grade 10. But yeah, that is far as I went, and that kind of stuff. I was ashamed to get wrecked, definitely. They hit the dumpster. um, but yeah, I don't think I'm ever going to make another set. Definitely, even if I was able to afford it, I don't have the plans anymore on paper like I used to have them. I should have kept them. I should have kept the paper plans, but I don't have the paper plans for it anymore like I had when I was in high school. If I had been smart and kept the paper plans instead of throwing them out, I would have been able to rebuild my stuff back again, rebuild my stuff afresh. That kind of stuff like that. Equipment afresh again. But nope, I didn't keep any of the paper plans because I didn't think I would ever use them again. So I ended up throwing them out. And that kind of stuff like that. But I tell you, and for me to think, and the memory of it all, and I don't have a photographic memory on what it looked like, on how to build it. And YouTube doesn't show you actually how to build them. Definitely. We had paper plans that were actually drawn up by the actual magicians that was teaching the classes. And definitely in high school, the Wiccan guy had actually written up actual step by step on how to build your own magic stand-up boxes, splitting the boxes, disappearing boxes, and that kind of stuff like that. And then he also taught us how like that kind of, like the disappearing illusion, spiritual transformation, illusion tricks without the boxes too. So that's why I said I was barely just be able to pull that off for social media, but without my magic boxes, it's no fun. Well, it still was fun. It's still entertaining, but I tell you, I wish those didn't get wrecked. Definitely. Or they would have been if they were in A1 shape. My aunt was going to drive them out this way. Definitely. And they're portable. They would stand up in the other room. They go together. That kind of stuff like that. It would have been great for this lockdown. Definitely. I'll tell you, it would really be knocking the socks off of people. Definitely. But I don't. I don't. I lost contact with my magical theater performing arts teacher that taught me in high school, and then the magician guy that taught me in public school. Definitely. The hobby end of it, I only use my talents for hobby now anyways. I don't want to make no money off of it. But yes, again, like I said before, guys, it is spiritually dangerous, or can get spiritually dangerous if it's not done right. Especially if you're not professionally taught since public school and high school. Don't try any of it. Definitely. Because you're going to injure yourself, you could injure someone else. There's a lot of spiritual risks. You could end up killing yourself. Anything's possible. Injuring yourself, you could die from it. Definitely, those are spiritual risks. Definitely, that you have to be aware of. Definitely. So that's why I say, guys, don't, whatever you see when you guys see my pronouns, you see my talents. Hear my pronouns, see my talents. Don't copy any of this, please. Definitely. Don't mimic me. Don't copy me. Even. Don't try to be me. That's all I can say. Indefinitely. Because like I said, we're all different. All our pronouns are different. everybody's pronouns are different, and they're meant to be different, and they're personal for a reason. And people have pronouns, they have talents. Everybody's talents is all different. Everybody, everybody's had different style of trainings, that kind of stuff like that. Even though we didn't make even if some of us didn't make a career out of it, we still know the talent of it, and I also know the danger of it, the side effects, spiritual side effects, the risks of it, because I've personally, physically spiritually experienced it, definitely, for myself, and it is a very scary shit, to be able to have this type of talent. Definitely, and for it so far to be this successful. Not saying that one day it can't backfire even on me. Even going through professional training classes since I was a kid, as high as high school, even the ones that were in our class that went up to college and university. It has different ways of backfiring. When I fell in, when like I said, I spiritually reappeared and transitioned back to the light from doing the trick in a dark stadium in high school, and spirit jumped back into me, and I had fell right off the stage face first and split my chin open. I spiritually vanished, reappeared in weird places, like in the backseat of my teacher's empty car, definitely, or out in the parking lot, or like I told you about the one guy reappearing in the cemetery on the cemetery park bench. A lot of freaky shit it does to you. And like I said, guys, this shit's real, definitely, that you experience. It's not a rigged trick. It's not a fake trick. It is real, definitely. Like I said, your spirit does leave you for 15 to 16 seconds, 60 seconds. Sometimes with some of with some of the others in our class, it was longer. The one time when I was shared that I fell off the stage and split my chin open, my spirit stayed out of me longer than I expected, because it stayed out for 15 seconds and 24 minutes. Definitely, before reappearing. Luckily, I reappeared back in the stadium on that one day. But then there was that one time where I ended up reappearing in the back of my teacher's car, and she had to drive me home, and I had to pick up my magic stuff after the next day. And the guy that spiritually ended up in the cemetery on the park bench, across the road. Weird things happen. Or like I said, at Camp Northern Lights, even when I was in public school, we were just learning illusions. That was before I went to high school, and was introduced to the magic boxes. Before I started making my own, I was at summer camp Northern Lights and Halbert Bob Cajun, and at Haunted Hunter's Cabin, just in the middle of Hunter's Cabin Ghost Legend. I freaked everybody out because I vanished and disappeared in thin air, and boom, I woke up in a floating canoe, and started walking back up to the campfire pit and scared the shit out of everybody. It freaked them out. And then they started the Ghost Legend. Oh, that really was a hoot and a half, definitely. And our cabin, our tent group was there, and that was just after going to the Dark Hunters Cabin Challenge and becoming a Celtic Gypsy Warrior. So, like I said, guys, this is very true, real, paranormal, supernatural, spiritual illusion that happens, and a real spiritual side effects that can happen, that has happened, that we experienced. I have experienced, and some of my friends in high school had experienced. Same when I started having the close encounters with the apparitions from Haunted Hunter's Cabin. They believe it is all spiritual magical illusions that have been happening. You know, or being able to magically hear the spirits and that kind of stuff like that, or things magically happening. And definitely, this is why I said, guys, whatever you see, yes, it's nice to, it's entertainable, it's interesting, but like I said, guys, don't ever copy me. Don't copy my talents. Don't be me. Don't try to be me, because I don't want to see you guys ever try this. Definitely. Like I was taught by professional people, definitely in public school and high school. And they've all already told me, they said that I do so good at it as a hobby, and that even if I don't make a career out of it, they said just pre-warn everybody never to copy you, because of spiritual risks and dangers of it all, because some of this stuff is linked to satanic, to spirit, to what you call to Wiccan witchcraft, satanical magic. Definitely, that is spiritual magic. That is real. That does happen. Definitely. That kind of stuff. I know. Just in case there's new people watching, this is what I wanted to share with you guys. Definitely. If in that one TikTok video that I did, guys, there was no filter involved. Definitely. When I did that actual disappearing act, that with the UFO sticker, there was no disappearing filter selected, because you have to do the disappearing stuff for the filter on TikTok. You have to use the disappearing filters. I did not use the filters. It was really me doing it. Definitely. And that kind of stuff like that. So based on a little bit of a high, a little bit of a high school education that I used. That kind of stuff like that. So thank you guys so much for tuning on in. I said this 5 times ago. And that, so tomorrow night, guys, and definitely I will see you guys on Bigo. During the day, I will see you guys probably on TikTok. But yeah, so thank you guys so much for tuning on in. Guys, there will be also there will be some spiritual communication magic to as well. I'm just getting around to planning that out. I can't say plan it out, but again, it has a spiritual mind of its own. Definitely. That's why I said it again. It is another illusion that I'm talented, or hobby. I know what I'm doing, and I was taught. Definitely. So you start off with the communications, and then halfway through it, you will see things in the background. Definitely. Which that's why I said 18 plus, guys, because it may scare you at first, or shock or scare you. So thank you guys so much for tuning on in, and I hope you guys learned something today. Definitely. And have a great day. Bye for now.